Oh, hi there. It's Monday and the start of a new week, and I am on Shogi Wars, where the last time was all joyous. And, well, it wasn't the last time. The last time was 10 minute or 10-second Fast Shogi Friday, and that was fun. That was fun also. And so good times on Shogi Wars. Good feelings for now. I'm going to guess these good feelings for Shogi Wars will last for some time until maybe if I somehow manage to rank up higher and get closer in on the next levels, then maybe the stress and the chaos will come from there. But for now, it's good. Playing to have fun, playing to learn, and just going to try to enjoy it. Looks like my rating is 21.8. That doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound right to me because I played after my rank up. I played after my rank up, and I think I won one and lost one, or is that right? Huh. Interesting. Weird. Apologies. I'm confused here because, I ranked up. I was like 20, or I was around 21 after ranking up. And hey, Dim, good to see you. Doing all right. Senia, good to see you. Good afternoon. So I did the rank up. I won. I won 2. I lost. I won 3. Oh no, this was the rank up game. Okay, so that was the rank up game. I won 1, lost 1. Went 3-1, and my percentage is only 20. I swear it was like 26%. Bizarre. I swear. I promise. I mean, even so, it doesn't quite make sense. I'm just looking at my phone, just as if there's some sort of different cache or something. Weird. All right. Well, it is what it is. So let's play. Hey, Bordun, happy Monday to you. I'm still confused, though. The percents are definitely wonky, but I've never seen it remove percent. Strange. I can't be imagining it, because once you rank up, you get to 28% or so, 20, 21%. And then, since then, I've gone 3-1. Did I lose to someone very low? So, 10-minute games, ranked games. Here's the rank. No, here's the rank up. So there's 1 win as a Shodan against a 1Q. 1 loss against a 1 Dan. 1 win against a 1Q and 1 win against a 2Q. Oh, and 1 loss against a 2 Dan. Okay, so it's not 3-1, it's 3-2. It's 3-2. Okay. So I lost the most recent game of 10 minutes. And it was against a 2 Dan. Okay. So maybe the percents are fine. I would have sworn, though, that I had 26%. Maybe I'm thinking of before that last loss. Anyway, doesn't matter. It is what it is. Let's play. Hope everyone's doing well.
あなたが後手です。
Gon jump. よろしくお願いします。 Played a bunch of 3-minute games over the weekend. Didn't do terribly. Didn't do great. Didn't do terribly. Let's get this up. I'm feeling slow. So I've got a pawn drop here. Looking for that pawn drop, assuming he doesn't drop. You know, jump is assuming he doesn't move the silver. But you just ranked up to 2Q from 3Q. Nice! Nice, nice, nice. Lost 2, then won 6 in a row after that. Awesome. So it feels, you know, in my experience anyway, it feels good to, I want to say, it feels good to do well after a rank up, to make you feel sort of like, yeah, I deserved it. But even so, the thing is, all right. Even so, the thing is that, like, in Shogi Wars, if you got there, you pretty much deserved it, because you have to grind it. It's not like you won 2 or 3 games in a row and you just, you know, rode a win streak into it. You've got to deserve it. Should I bring the silver up, or should I bring the silver back? I bring the silver up, yeah. You started playing a bit, thanks. Oh yeah, no problem. I hope you're still enjoying it. How have you been doing? You getting a better sense for the game? Oh gosh. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah. Tough spot. Definitely, I feel like I'm in a very tough spot right now. You got some wins. Nice. Well, you started with a win. Fair enough.
$7.
Well, you know, gold will be nice right here. I'm not worried about this. If he opens the pawn, I just take. Shoot, is that? No, it's not. I can just take with my king. Phew, I think that was the only move. I come over here, he promotes, I take, and that's it, yeah. Arigatou gozaimashita. Okay.
Win. Current
An up and down start. Oh, I'm nervous already. So it didn't go away. The pressure of ranking up is gone, but the nerves are still there. Amen world, thank you. That was oh, my heart's going. Hey, Killer Ducky. Yeah, exactly. There's no need for nerves. There's no need for nerves. So what if all along it wasn't the pressure of rank up making the nerves? Maybe that's just who I am. Goodness. Whew. Goodness gracious. All right, so this was a waste. This was a wasted move. I didn't see the next move. You know, I'm looking to defend this pawn, but whoa, gosh, what happened? Okay, there we go. Every so often that happens. I must hit a weird key chord to get that to do that. But anyway, he did. So I wonder if I come back, it's fine. If he tries this, if he tries that, you know, I pull up because taking would come with check. All right, so I guess in the end, it's basically the same position. We get here, I cap. I didn't see this threat. I didn't realize this threat. I think that's what it is, Foradun. That's the Shogi Wars has some documentation somewhere, and they had a tweet about it once where they put a poll on X.com saying, should we leave it the way? How should rank ups work? Should we leave it the way it is? Should it be no rank downs? Should it be when you hit 0%? I don't remember what I didn't respond to the poll. I don't know what it is. I think the way it works though is that if you hit 0% and you have lost 500 times at that rank, you will demote. That's my understanding. Is so you have to hit 0. You have to have those two things have to apply at the same time. You have to have lost a total of 500, a minimum of 500 losses at that rank, and you need to be at 0%. So I think once you unlock that second step of not once you unlock 500 losses at that rank level, I think you just have to stay above 0. Otherwise you're going to rank down. So for me, who's only played 1,500 games, or let's say it's 2,000, I could add it up later. Let's say I've played 1,800 10-minute games. In my life, I've only lost 700 or 800 of those. So I probably have a while. If I don't improve, I probably have a while to go. I want to believe that I'm going to improve, though. Would I be down to do some game reviews later? Sure, definitely. I'm not the greatest game reviewer. This is one of the things that we see when I play Shogi Wars Sprint mode, as I did on Wednesday or Thursday. I played some Sprint mode. There's the constant dirty truth is that I'm so reliant on my opening, and I'm so reliant on opening sort of tricks and traps to get me an advantage. It makes sense coming from a culture where ranks never go back down. Yeah, I like it. So without going too deeply into this topic, I love the way Shogi Wars handles this, because back in the Go world, I know this was a thing. I remember discussing this topic with people 20 years ago. Not necessarily for me so much, but other people felt that rank anxiety. I know it happens in chess. Chess doesn't have Dan ranks, but they have even 100 barriers. So 1800, if you're 1800, the next step is often going to be 1900. So if you cross 1900, you don't want to go back into the 1800s. And then, so those two games, I know of people who are like, okay, I got one Dan, or I got one Q on KGS, or I got 1900 on chess.com, and I don't want to play anymore. And they stop playing because they're afraid to lose that rank. They're afraid to, every 200 is a class in chess, yeah. But I think in people's mentality, at least these days online, especially online where classes don't matter as much or mean anything, I think people seem to go in increments of 100, where they really want to get, if they're 1600, they really want to get 1700. If they're 1700, they really want to get 1800. Everyone wants to get 2000, but the 100 markers seem a bit like important points to online chess players. But either way, that's one of the beauties of the Shogi Wars system, is that when you rank up, you are not penalized for playing after. So you can just keep playing, and I think people do. And you can play, almost with less stress. And there's a nice in-between that 81 Dojo does, where you rank up, the very next, you have to lose 2 in a row to rank down. So you have to hit the bottom of the barrel. So if your rank up point is at 1650, you get it. So let's say you get to 1658 on your rank up. If you lose and your rank goes back to 16, you lose, say, to a beginner. So your rank, let's say in a situation where you would lose 64 rating points, you only lose the 8, you go back to 1650, and then you have to lose again in order to demote. So it's a nice little in-between, I think, but it's still not enough to get some people from sort of sitting on their rank. I mean, sort of myself included on 81 Dojo. Like I haven't played ranked rated in a while. I haven't played rated since I did rank up with that sort of fluky rank up. And I don't play much rated there anyway. But so this happened. Yeah, it's definitely faster to rank up in 81 Dojo than on Wars. Yeah, way faster, way faster. So, it hurts to lose, it hurts to rank down on 81 Dojo, but at least you have that side benefit of, well, if you deserved it the first time, you can get it quickly again. The Dim, you say, there are times that an 1800 is winning at a position, but because they're anxious, sometimes they request draws. Yeah, I know that happens in tournaments. I was just listening to a podcast where it sounded like that exact situation happened in the final round of an event. The person who was doing the podcast was playing someone, he's, I think, in the 1700s. The person was, I believe, in the 1900s. And they were in it's the last round. They were both playing an opening they knew well, the Catalan. And the lower ranked player offered a draw. He was exhausted, and the higher ranked player somewhat surprisingly took it. I'm guessing, it was a long-term event for them. It was the Senior Open, something like that. And maybe he was exhausted after, a lot of long chess games, and maybe he had a good tournament. So he thought, you know what, I'm going to finish, let myself finish on a not down note. And, maybe they had a good tournament the other time. So, that seems reasonable. It's one of the nice, I do have to say, I do think that's one of the nice things about chess, that you have draws, that you can both sort of step away. Even if as the higher rated player, you're going to lose some rating points. It's kind of nice. Morpheus, nice to see you. You say the first time you got 8 Dan on Fox, whoa! You quickly clapped straight to 5 Dan. you thought LMAO and kept playing. Yoshinobori, good to see you. Good to see you. 8 down on Fox is no joke. Wow. Wow. My understanding, though, is that Fox is an even different system. That Fox, there's like, is it 10 or 20 games? You have a period of games. It's like 10 games. And if you know, let's say you go even, you stay, or something like that. If you're like 5 and 5, it's my understanding from having it described on the Starpoint Go podcast is that like you don't immediately rank up. It's not like obvious Yloigh. You have to you play some number of games, and after that period of games, you get like a re-ranking. Okay, 15 wins in 20 to go up. I see. So how did you go back down to 5 Dan from 8 Dan? Was it a series of those periods where you just kept going down? Or is there some way to lose 3 ranks in a single, like if you win no games, for example, if you go 0 and 20? I've never played on Fox. I think Fox was around 20 years ago, but if I remember correctly, if I'm not confusing it with some other Chinese site, it was just a Windows executable app, and I ran Linux at the time, so I could not play it. Okay, you can double rank up or down. I see. It's an interesting system. Sounds like it has its pluses and minuses, like most things. Shogi Wars, as I've said before, and it's easy for me to say it now because I'm not I'm not at the point I was like when I was trying to rank up to 1Q where I was just like kind of in hell, just doubting myself and struggling so hard to get there. This one just came through. I think I've just been on a hot streak. So this one came through somewhat smoothly. And let me tell you, a smooth rank up is so much easier on the conscience than or on the soul than a tortured rank up. I don't remember how many times it took me to get the 1Q on Shogi Wars for 10 minutes. It was I seem to remember either 7 or 9 attempts. So it was rough. A lot of losing, including a lot of pure throwing of almost unlosable games. This one, in my rank up game, the opponent basically threw. The opponent made it very easy for me to win, and I am extremely grateful to him. Anyway, all right. So So here I've got to do something to save this. 26Q is trash. I wouldn't say that. 26Q is just, there are no true 26Qs on Shogi Wars. You start at 30Q and you play your games. You win, you rank up for every win, and you don't rank down for any losses until you hit your... Oh, is the YouTube chat down already? Already? Oh, God. I wonder if there's something I can do to fix that. Thank you for letting me know. I'm gonna... I wish there was something I could do. I wish there was another widget that would work across both as seamlessly as this one does. But that was stable. It seems like it loses the YouTube side all the time. There was a period there for a week or so where I thought they had just fixed it. But anyway, Shogi Wars is... you won't... you won't rank down, or you won't stop with those 1 rank ups per win until you hit what it thinks your actual rating is. So there are, I'm going to guess that there are no actual 26 Qs on Shogi Wars. I think the lower levels are probably in the 10 to 8 Q range. I know of a couple players that are 8Q or have found their steady state at 8Q, and they're better than some other people I know. So I have to imagine that there are some people that are lower than them. On 81 Dojo, for example, that's another site. That site goes to 15Q as its lowest, but realistically, 15Q to 10Q are just sandbaggers for the most part. So the real rankings, the low is kind of in that 10 to 9Q range. That seems to be the conventional wisdom that I've noticed, but am more regurgitating. So my question here is what could I have done rather than dropping this bishop? Where am I? Am I just going to look to take this pawn? You get my gold up. You get my gold up. He climbs. I take. This kind of stuff. All right. Let's take what we can take after I figure this. I want to see what I should be thinking of here. I'm going to take this one into Lee Shogi quickly. I'm sorry to take a win into Lee Shogi, but I feel like I gave up this game to a certain extent here, and just kind of flailed my way out of it with a storming the Mino Castle. All right, let me just see if that is the right move. Oh. Engine also considers dropping the bishop here. Well, not as much. Huh. Yeah. Didn't like my move. Why? Okay. Fair enough. And then even if I do this, no, that'll be trapped. Yeah, so maybe I'm looking at that. Okay. So what should I have done? Just gotten my silver up. Or drop the bishop here. But I think that's just going to lead to a bishop exchange. All right, fair enough. Now let's look to see, once I got it. Yeah, 8-2. 8-2 is it. 8-2 is it. 8-2. Makes sense. It's not even, it's barely an advantage. It's I'm Gote and I get basically the Sente advantage. So we flip that Sente advantage. Came back. Takes. Yeah. That pawn drop is a pure loss. There. Get the gold up, like I said. Okay. There's the mistake. But it's not too bad. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. This was bad. Oh, I see. Oh gosh, I missed this. Okay, so I'm not sharp right now. But maybe I sharpened. Maybe I sharpened during the game. All right. Good times. All right. So there we are. Let's take a look at wow, that was a slow take a look at your game. So the recent game, Shiro versus a 7Q. So you're playing a human this game. Strange sound from outside. I was going to say this looks like it's going to be an opposing rook. Interesting. Oh. Whoa. 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 What is the... I think the opponent can do this, right? And now two things are hanging, right? Interesting. All right. Well, let's see. Very interesting. Okay, so now you get the lance. This is looking promising. This is looking very promising. Yeah, that's over. There it is. Nice. Very nice vision there. Yeah. That's a great threat. That's a great threat. I don't think they have anything. You know, they have I guess their only hope right here is that. And if that happened, what are you going to do? What do you do? This? He's gonna have to run. He can't take. So if he takes with this, you know, it's mate. Just by taking. So he runs. Take. Yeah. Very nice. Very nice. Awesome. You're in there already. You're officially a shogi player now. That game is that's officially a shogi game. Very nice. Let's see if I can channel some of that. That was attacking shogi. Okay. Ue-chan, yoroshiku onegai shimasu. Ureshi no ryu. Okay. So I drop the pawn. If he takes, I just drop the pawn, or I bring the gold up. Yeah, this is certainly one of the openings that I struggle with. I wonder if I should have brought the knight up instead. Coming here, I think, invites the silver. What am I looking at? Oh, I wonder if I could have done American bogeying there. If I drop the silver, he just drops the silver. Ah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Kanto Dragon. Good to see you. If I drop the silver now, if I drop the silver, he drops the silver. I push, he takes, I take. Ah, that's still fine. Boring Shogi, hello. American bogeying. Not the greatest of American bogeyings. Because he can push this off? If he does drop the silver, do I take with the bishop? No. No. What can I do? I feel like there's something here. I feel like there may be something. There's certainly ideas anyway. So I take, he takes with the gold. I drop the silver. I take the silver. He takes with the gold. I drop the silver. He takes. I take. That doesn't seem like it's enough. It doesn't seem like it's enough.
7分
Drop the pawn. He takes. I take. Drop the pawn. Silver takes. Alright, I've already taken too much time. Taken too much time. Am I going to get my rook trapped? You know, this gold here is doing nice defense, but I do have let's see. Drop the knight. Drop the knight. Drop the knight. Drop the knight. He comes forward. I take this the bishop. He takes. That's not good enough. Can I drop the gold here? No. Or I drop the knight. He comes forward. I drop the gold. Silver takes the gold. Knight takes the silver. King takes. Silver drop here.
5分
Oh, the rook can just take. The rook can just take. Shoot, the rook can... No, the rook... Yes. The rook can just take. So that was a miss. My visualization there wasn't so great. I didn't visualize that the rook would be able to take the silver. It's got a knight drop. Silver drop? Pawn drop? No. Pawn drop, rook takes. Silver drop? Let's drop the lance. Silver drop coming next. Okay, okay. Silver drop, pawn takes. Silver drop, pawn takes. Pawn takes.
3分
Silver drop. Gold, pawn takes. Pawn takes. Gold takes. Lance takes. Rook takes. fun position. I think I overplayed my hand, as I do. I saw that big 2-don next to his name, and I thought, well, I've got to go for it. And I had spent so much time already at that point.
$2分30秒
Oh, he dropped a piece. Okay.
2分
So, gosh, I didn't even realize it was my move.
$1分30秒
Hitting the rook. I'm hitting the rook. I'm also threatening good stuff. I'm threatening mate. Yeah, hitting the rook and threatening mate. Oh, that's mate, right? Oh, it's not. It's not. It's not. It's not. It's not.
1分
Silver. Shoot, 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 shoot. Where is it? Where is it? Silver takes...
30秒
He has nothing to drop.
20秒
Damn! Something was there. Something was there.
10秒
Yeah. Something was there. I think something was there. I just didn't see it. Oh, hey Transport, great to see you. Um,
時間切れです
let's see if I can find it now. Let's see if I can find it. My heart is beating a mile a minute. It was there. It was there. I know it was there. I know it was there. Okay, so it's my move. It's my move. That happened last week, Mad Zen. Greetings, greetings, greetings. You finished watching the third podcast. And yes, I was I was in the 90%. I was in the 90% and managed to get it. I know it's here. I know it is here. Let's start with this. He drops the gold. If I drop the silver, wait, what did I actually do? I took, ah! Wait, that's not it. What's going on? Okay, season pass. All right. Well, that's fine. We'll look at the season pass later. Where's my game? Where's my game? This isn't the one. I'm playing 10-minute, right? Hey, Jack Lantern, nice to see you. It is good. It was about to be very good as I was putting the finishing touches, I believe, on a Tudon, and I couldn't find it. No, this is from August 1. This is the last game I lost. So after I ranked up, I won 3 and I lost 2, and this was the last one that I lost. I don't think this was Taka Hall because I played this player twice before. And the date is wrong. You know, the date here. So what's going on? Does ShogiExplained show it? Yeah, Ue-chan. Ue-chan is who I played. What's going on? Why is this not showing? There. I guess maybe it cached it. I had to go into 3 minutes and then back to 10 minutes. Anyway. So let's find this mate. I know it exists. I know this mate exists. It has to. It has to. Let's see. This is not it. So the move that if I drop the silver, he takes, I take, he takes, I promote, no, because he takes, he's got enough defending here. This bishop is defending. So that's not it. Taking is taking with that. I can't drop the gold here because the bishop is watching. All right, so I'm going to put that away. I'm going to put that away for now. I'm going to put that idea away for now. That's not it. That's not it. I have no knight. I have no knight, so I can't. I take. So let's follow. Let's see. Is there anything here? No. Well, king can't take because silver drop is going to be made. So this takes. Take. Promote. You know, does the opponent have something better here? So looking at that again, silver drop. If king takes, I drop the other silver on 5-3. Then the horse is going to take 5-2. So that's mate. If the king takes, it's mate. So if the gold takes, rook takes, king takes, toking. If the king takes, then it's mate. Or is it mate? No, it isn't. It isn't mate with the gold. He runs. No. All right. All right. Oh, the token is protected by the lance, that beautiful lance. Oh my gosh. Oh. So it was. Oh my goodness gracious. It was there. Silver. Take. Promote. Has to run. Oh. Fun game. That was a fun game. Good game to my opponent. All right. Did I track the loss? I didn't. I didn't track.
Loss.
Yeah, it's easy. Yeah,
Current streak is
try
one
to be
loss.
careful with the time. I know I'm bad with the time. You know, I'm doing my best. You know, I've got to think. You know, it's tough. It's tough. I think slower. You know, I'm a bit older. I'm thinking slower. I need more time. But I think that one would have been possible to come up with. Let's take a look at the season pass then. Boy, that would have felt good. That win would have felt very good. Who is this? I don't know who this is. So is there any way to know who this is? Oh, here it is. Oops. All right, so I'm gonna translate the entire page. Kato. Oh, Kato Momoko. And Ohira Takehiro. Lion King is one of the anime. Summer Walk is the other one. I'll pass on those. All right. So due to the bug in Shogi Wars, messing up the layout, I am going to restart the app after going into Season Pass and come back. Actually, on that note, I'm going to take a quick bio break and get some water, and then be back. Hopefully playing all right. Be right back. All right, back. Those are the games I think I feel like I have a better chance at winning off stream. Maybe I have slightly better board vision by virtue of the board being smaller, and I'm not as stressed on time because I can move. 8 winning.
対局開始。
よろしくお願いします。
嬉野流。
Another one of these, maybe. We'll see. We'll see. Don't like. Yeah, I struggle with these. These are so tough. These are so tough. Yeah. Do I have any drops? Let's come up. Pushes the pawn. I come back. Yeah, it's true, Killer Ducky. It's definitely true. It's like giving up a co-battle. It's this, yeah, that slow game. So let's if I jump the knight, he can move the bishop and get me back. So let's come back here. Hey Ornolf, good to see you. Yeah. I'm looking for Sinichte, I guess. I'm Gote, so I'm looking for Sinichte. Push the pawns. Let's see. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Oh, boy. Where do I want to drop this bishop? Here or here? Here?
7分。
How does he defend this? How does he defend this? Should I bring my silver up? Drop a pawn? Drop the... He's got a nice drop, but okay. Let's...
叩きの歩
Tataki no hu. Do I take it?
?5 分
Where do I drop it now? Do I threaten the silver? Do I threaten this? 432. I can take the knight and attack the rook. I don't like this. I like this diagonal better. Okay. I think that's where I want to be. He comes back. Oh, interesting. If I take, he takes, take here. Wow. I have 344. 344. Come up here, he drops the knight. Can I drop the knight here?
3分
Drop the gold.
2分30秒
Sumero. I think it's
いやーギリギリの一曲でしたね
Okay. He should have taken the draw. He should have taken the draw. His 8-win streak would have still stayed in place with the draw.
Win.
Okay.
Current streak is 1 win.
Deep breath. So now I think I'm feeling a different pressure. So before these games, it was the pressure to rank up and sort of the fear that I wouldn't rank up that I think made me nervous. Now it's the pressure to perform. Now it's the pressure to win. When is this pressure going to go away? When am I just going to play? A Nightwalker, nice to see you. You say you need help. You can't figure out how to stop a simple climbing silver attack in a fourth file rook plus Mino Castle to not lose the rank. Oh, well, so that's the thing. At Shogi Wars, there's not as much fear of losing the rank. So once you win, you're there for a long time. I believe that the rule is, and I was talking about this earlier, is that in order to demote on Shogi Wars, you have to have a minimum of 500 losses at that rank, and you have to hit 0% in that percentage. So you have quite a bit. But now I think I just want to win because I want to win. Let's take a look. Do you have a game? Do you have a game, for example? So stopping a simple climbing silver attack, a simple climbing silver attack against fourth file, I think we could take a look at that. I will start using some ideas that I was given almost a year and a half ago. In April of 2024, I was asking, as a Central Rook player, I was like, how do I deal with bogeying? Climbing silver. And Killer Ducky, Tori the Panda, and Spinal Tap Chess spent time showing me some key ideas from that. And I ended up using those ideas in the tournament, like the next week or the week after that. So it's hopefully I've remembered some of these lessons, and I think they will apply. But if you have a game record, we could start with that. Otherwise, I can try to do fourth file, try to show. Try. Okay, 81 Dojo. So if we go to 81 Dojo, let's see. What is your username? If you go into your games, you should be able to pull them back. Although, maybe you won't. I can pull it back. Avataren. Okay, so let's... I have Turtwig's I have Turtwig's account in my history. So I'm going to Avataren. Good day, Emperor Rex. Nice to see you. And so we can go... It was your most recent game, Nightwalker? Since I'm an 81 Dojo Miles Gozillionaire, I am one of the wealthiest D-Miles players on 81 Dojo. I'll spend the 2 points to the 2 miles to pull back a search. Okay, it was this one. The second last game. So wait, which one? So the second last game? Oh, the tourney is this tournament to? Okay, the tourney one. This is the Shogi ladder is called the tournament. Okay, so let's go into here. How is this showing up on stream? Let me just copy this Kifu. And we'll go into 81 Dojo. Or Lee Shogi. It is... it's a ladder that is managed by Foradun. Hey, Capybara, great to see you. Great to see you. It has been a long time. Shogi Ladder Weekly is it's in affiliation with the Shogi Harbor, which is a Discord run by the only Western professional to ever live. It's a weekly event. It's managed by Foradun, who is on that Discord and often in chat here. And the way it works, please somebody correct me if I'm wrong, is that every week you play someone above your rating and someone below your rating in this ladder. So you arrange a game and then you play above and below. And then you review your games together. That way the idea is you play someone weaker so you can give advice. You play someone stronger, they give advice sort of to you. It's a way to learn. There's a saying that I know that some chess people use. Something about when you're trying to improve, find someone below you, find someone at your level, and find someone above. Something like that. Yeah, it's a real nice system, Dim, and a lot of people get so much benefit out of it. And Foradun has has held a tournament, just sort of a friendly tournament, has made some content videos. Hopefully more will be coming in the future. But anyway. WOSC was wild. You needed a week of rest before picking up Shogi again. So I'm curious, not to interrupt here, not to interrupt this discussion. When I have I've played in one big Shogi event. I attended a second one where I was manning the stream and just watching games. But in both cases, I felt post-tournament letdown. That kind of stuff. Did you feel that at all? Yeah, those are slow, grueling games as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, 45 plus 40. It's they're long games, and that for some people, people that played the team event was what, 30 plus 30, and the Blitz event was 8-minute Kiramake. But there was team event and a Blitz event, and then there were the days of the main event, which were 45 plus 40, and that is a lot of Shogi. That's a lot of Shogi. That's possibly a lot of nights of not getting a great sleep. And so those last games are a slog. And that's why it's partly why I was so impressed. Last week we reviewed a checkmate that Kanto Dragon made, a long checkmate that Kanto Dragon made at the end, in the final game of the event. And it was either mate in 19 or mate in 17. I can't remember exactly what it was. It was a long one. And I was just thinking, man, to be able to take 10 or 20 minutes to read that out at the end of a long event of slow games, that is impressive. Yeah, you played 19 hours of Shogi in 3 days. Some people played over 24 hours in 3 days. Yeah, so did you play the Blitz and the team tournament, Capybara? You saw that mate live. Wow. I'm still stunned at it. It was incredible. Okay, so you didn't play the team. Okay, so you were, quote, fresh during the event. So people are playing those team events. They're playing the Blitz. They're playing the main event. Some people were playing the Shogi Wars event, the top 8 of the Shogi Wars event, which was, I believe it was lunch on the first day of ESC. It was during a lunchtime, and then that doesn't even talk about that doesn't even mention the casual games that I'm sure some people were playing, at the hotel or wherever people were staying. So that's an incredible weekend of Shogi, and so draining though, for those last games. Yeah, being young is an advantage in the last few games. It's an endurance test. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. And as a fellow young person, I'll as a fellow young person, I'll agree with you. But yeah, I think the advantages that us olds might be some experience in dealing with that stuff, but rather would have the actual endurance. So you got 100 elo. That's a nice jump. That's a very nice jump. Where were you before? Endurance, yeah, endurance is a very strong and important skill to have. I would say, in Go, in Go, maybe more? I wonder. Because in Shogi, you can sort of, if you're feeling tired, you can sort of play fast and loose a bit and try to get like a quicker win, a more aggressive win. Hope that the opponent messes up. In a game of Go, you're just gonna grind that out no matter what. Okay, you were 4th queue before the event. You beat 1 first and 1 showdown. You're a 3 queue now. Nice. Congrats. Huge congrats. Is that the first showdown you've ever beaten over the board? Or had you already? Awesome. Awesome. So this is a memorable tournament every which way. Yeah, I was fortunate at my first tournament to have some real good results. And so I'll have, I have memorable wins from my first tournament that, well, definition of memorable, but I'll never forget these wins. And to this day, they're still some of my biggest wins, which is both disappointing and good. It's good and bad because, a year and a half from then, I'm still living off the glory of those wins to a large extent. Oh, you got a ridiculous mate with use of a king. Oh, I saw that one. You posted that in the Discord, right? Yeah, I saw that one where your king had run up the board. Very cool stuff. Yeah, Nightwalker talking about how do you join that. Yeah, it's the Shogi Harbor Discord. When Fordoon is back, I'll ask, but let me. There is usually. I see a follow. Cyan Cannon! Cyan Cannon, you're back! You're back! You're back! Greetings! Greetings! Welcome back. We have some people joining after a while here. There is Fordoon, I believe, every week on Reddit will post an update. So like, yeah, every week there's an update. So I'm gonna take this Reddit list. It tells you how to sign up. It tells you what it is. So there's this. So there is the Reddit. There's the Reddit, the most recent, this week's Reddit thread from Fordoon about the ladder. And you can see in there, it shows how to sign up. It shows how to sign up and it talks about it. So take a look at that. I'm curious what made you come back, Cyan Cannon. Because you were pretty down on Shogi when you left. You were down, if I seem to remember, you were down on the behavior of someone in the Shogi world. So good to see you. We need We need everyone we can get. We're right now looking at, oops, my key bindings aren't working. Or oh, you played another game. You think you did well. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, you've been playing in person. Awesome. But you're still kind of down on Shogi, you know, if you remember correctly. But you joined a Go club in your city, and turns out we have a few Shogi players. So you've been playing in person. Oh, awesome. That's the way to, I mean, that's not the only way to go, but that's the way to get back, I think. Like, it is, honestly, it is the local, not local, it's the in-person Shogi club that I go to every week. I didn't go to it this Sunday, unfortunately, because someone couldn't make it. But that's the club that keeps me going. And, you know, I sometimes fear, like, what would happen to my Shogi if this club goes away, because, you know, it sort of infuses that fun and that reminder of why we play all the time, instead of sometimes just getting drowned out in online play. So that's awesome. So you're playing Go, you're playing Shogi, you're playing chess. You met a bunch of people that wanted to play Go and Shogi. Plus, there's more than decent possibility that you move to a place with a large Shogi club next year. Oh, wow, Seattle. Okay. Yeah, Seattle has ShogiExplained. It has someone named Intellidont. I know that those two are two of the regulars at that Seattle Shogi club. And there is another player, a big name in the Shogi West, you know, in the American Shogi world, Rico DLC, who sounds like is finalizing or very close to the point where it's a given where Rico will be moving to Seattle. So that would be 3 strong players at least in Seattle. I don't know if they have more. Well, I do know they have someone who might be even stronger than them, but I don't know if he goes all the time. And I think they have a kid as well up there. There's a stronger kid who I think also plays in the Seattle area. I could be confusing that one with the Vancouver player though. But I know that they have at least 3 strong players in Seattle. They will have a 4th. Almost certainly in the next few months. I think by the end of the year, and yeah, and I think they probably have a mix probably of some lower players. So that would be awesome. You'll be up front. Your girlfriend. Oh, you and your girlfriend broke up a few months ago. You got set up with a matchmaker. Yep, I'm familiar with that. And I grew up in a city that. It had a large Jewish community, so you know, most of my friends growing up, or many of my friends, you know, did these types of things. And the woman you got matched up with is in Seattle. Oh wow, you go visit her over Labor Day weekend. You're really big. Awesome. It's amazing how that works. Oh, that will be cool. Good luck. So you can just up and move your job and things like that. That's a heck of a move. So we're talking. Okay, you work from home, so no worries. Okay, you moved from Wisconsin to Indiana previously. Okay. Hey, Avergallo, nice to see you. So I'm going to try my best here to try to help with this, you know, ways to deal with this, with the, you know, the breakthrough. This isn't technically bogeying, climbing silver, but it sort of is. This is Urashino Ryu, so this is the opening that I play. What the other person is doing. So this is not climbing silver. You know, the silver obviously does climb, but this is Urashino Ryu. This is Urashino Ryu, and also, at this point, Torizashi is what it's called. No, Evergallo, I am not. So Nightwalker over on YouTube had just asked for advice on how to defend against climbing silver as a fourth file rook player. So I opened up their latest game, and it just happens to be that this is an Urashino Ryu player. But the same, some of the same ideas. So if this was climbing silver, you might see, you might see something like this. You come out this way, I think, or more often, come out straight. But one of the ideas here, I think, based on what I see other people do, one of the ideas is bring the silver up and switch over to opposing rook. One of the other ideas is that you need to try to get your bishop into a point where it can attack this diagonal. I see people trying to do that. So, we're already here. Start pushing up, get this guy over, get him up here. But you always keep an eye on this diagonal. But how to defend? How to defend? Right now, I would just bring up the silver myself. I don't play fourth file rook, but I see this move more than any move. I would say I see this move more than any move. You also have the option. I think you have a bunch of options. You can ignore this. You can push the silver. You can, as a fourth file rook player, maybe you'd want to. Depends on how you play fourth file rook. You could push this, and obviously the silver can't go here because the pawn will take it. The silver can go here, but then the silver is just kind of in no man's land in the center there. And you've effectively defended it. And since this is Urashino Ryu, this is not what the opponent is going to do quite a bit. So if you do push this, the thing that I would generally expect might be, well, not necessarily. So let's say you do this, and he goes ham. Let's say he goes ham. He pushes. You take. But he thinks, all right, I'm going to get a tempo here. But you can. There are multiple ways. There are multiple ways to deal with this. You're in. You could just ignore this and you're in. What does the engine say? Ignore me. So yeah, Ornal, pawn 4-5, silver 5-5. Well, silver 5-5, I think is a victory. I think silver 5-5 is a victory for us as a fourth file rook player. Like, if the goal is to prevent the bishop exchange, or is to prevent the climbing silver from sort of wreaking havoc, as I'm guessing happened in this game, I think this will stunt their development. Maybe this is not true, but as for me, as an Urashino Ryu player, or I'm going to guess for bogeying players, they want to make their bogeying attack. They want to trade off the silver. I don't think they want to put it here. Oh, but pawn 2-4 or pawn 3-5 is a small victory. That's interesting. So, my thinking is this. So if we do this, they push the pawn, then I think we can go here. I think we can go here. I want to say that if this happens, a lot of times you're going to have to get out of fourth file rook. I believe this is just ranging rook life. You have to be willing to slide over where appropriate. Yeah. So that's something that I had to deal with as a central rook player as well, especially for dealing with this kind of attack. Is that what do people say about swinging rook or ranging rook? That you're not necessarily if you're playing fourth file, you're not necessarily a fourth file player. So you're going to be moving it. I think especially true with central rook. But so if you look at this, but even if so, let's say we don't want to move our rook. Let's say we just push here. What can they do? What can the opponent do? If they take, you take. They push, you take. Their bishop comes out, or so what else? Let's say this opponent decides to go this way. Take. He takes. So now he's got this, this defending, this coming in, and then is this I think you just have to slide over here. As the player of this side, this is often what I see. And then we get, we get these shenanigans. Like what's gonna happen here? Like what? So it's super tactical, super tactical. I've had this happen to me. I've had this done to me as the player on this side. But it's maybe you see this and then remembering it. But it's tough. So the thing is, it's tough. The thing you can't do is just drop pawns. I see that as a common thing. With new players, they drop the pawn. So instead of like this, they drop the pawn, but it's just a free pawn. So what else? What else? Trying to think of how else to safely head some of these attacks off. Oh, this is Shogi Wars music in the background because I was playing on Shogi Wars, and we switched to look at this idea of trying to defend against bogeying. Yeah, I wish I could give more advice. The thing is, the advice that I was given for bogeying players, which is different from Urushin or Ryu, but they said they really want to keep the silver off of the 5th rank. So if the silver's coming around this way and you've got your pawns up, it's safe. So like if we, how do we do this? I can't edit the position. I can't get a good. Let's come out this way. You know, they can't really, easily push in here. If they try to attack, we come up. He still can't get into the fifth rank. If he drops a pawn, we come back, and he still can't get this silver into the 5th rank. Yeah, yo! That's one of the things I try to keep in mind, is to try to keep that silver off of the 5th rank. But in the end, I failed to find great defenses against Urshin or Ryu, such that I decided to play it so that I could see what people did against me. And I have an idea now of what people do against it, but I still struggle to defend. It's still hard. It's a lot of these shogi positions, they're very brittle, and it's easy to get trapped. It's easy to make one little mistake that seems little but is huge. Yeah, and that is one, especially at the low levels. This is an incredibly powerful battery, because people will often simply forget that this bishop even exists. As you get up the ranks, they remember and they know what they're going to do. But early on, this is a very powerful opening. And one of the things I like about it is that even as you scale, it's still a very good opening. It's just not. It's not what the computer would do. And there are practical limitations, or there are practical problems you have to address in every single game. But anyway, I hope that helps at least a little bit. I'm not a great shogi teacher, so here's where I would point to people who are there. Shogi Ramen TV, I believe, has a series on dealing with Bogin. I believe, and on a YouTube series, Shogi Ramen TV. Who else does? It wouldn't surprise me if Debusho has some video about dealing with Bogin. I don't know. I'll keep looking, so that I'll look around, and if I find something that I was thinking of. Yes, it's Iron Cannon. I did promote recently. Does it say that? Does it say promotion? Did I put my rank in the Ko-fi? Yeah, last week on Shogi Wars, I hit Shodan. Huge personal milestone for me, as lame as that sounds. Oh, yes. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's been a very strong past 2 or 3 weeks for me. Playing online, playing over the board. I don't want to jinx it and say that something clicked, but it feels like my games are just better. Like something might have just clicked. And thank you, Capybara. Like even my 3-minute games, even the 3-minute games I play sort of on mobile, they're much better. They're just much better. I'm lasting a lot longer in the games that I would get blown out in, and that was the chair moving. But yeah, so hopefully I can keep that up. But I am very much ratings-wise at a happy place in my shogi life right now. Anyway, all right. So that said, let's go back to Shogi Wars. And yeah, sometimes it's like that. You plateau for months and then rapidly advance for like a few days and weeks. Yeah. What was interesting is that, or one of the things that's interesting is that I track my wins and losses at the individual. I track my rank ups. I started tracking my rank ups when I hit 2Q on Shogi Wars 10 minute, and by tracking, I record the date and I record the number of Shogi Wars across all time controls, the number of wins and losses when I crossed. So I could look to see, okay, in July, in 2024 or whatever, or 2023 or whatever it is, I hit 2Q on Shogi Wars in 10 minutes. In January, I hit 1Q. So that is what happened for 10-minute games. I hit 2Q in July of 2024. And then in January, 6 months later, I hit 1Q at Shogi Club 24 for 10 minutes. And then 6 months later, this July, it's almost exactly 6 months for all three rank ups, the gap in between each. And that's where I hit Shodan in 10 minutes. I always thought 10 second would be my fastest. I always thought I'd rank up there faster. But I think I'm doing a little better with not getting dirty flagged, which was a big problem for me in 10 minutes in the past. Your judo coach called in breaking of a dam. I hope so. Because the thing is, I don't feel better. I don't feel like I know more about Shogi. I feel like I'm winning more. I feel like during the game, I'm not getting blown out as much or as often or being completely sort of confused. Well, not quite. But I don't feel better. Okay, you're cleared to go back to judo after your surgery. Nice. That's been a long time. That's been a long recovery. Shoulders are not easy. Nightwalker, you're watching some Japanese videos on it? Nice. Yeah, you can understand the Japanese, so you have a whole series. You have a huge advantage, I'd say, over a lot of the rest of us. You felt the same, Ornal? The same being that you don't feel like you're better, but you're winning more against... It's like you're winning more against people that you used to not be able to win against. Oh, so you also destroyed your shoulder, Capybara. Goodness. I have torn labrum in mine, but I still don't know to this day what it's from. I assume it's from decades of tennis and baseball, of just throwing and tennis. But it's also this left one, and I'm not sure how that would happen. I don't know about cert. I just don't. I'm older. I'm not in pain yet at all. But I just don't know. The surgeon had said, it's going to be a long recovery. You may not get to be perfect anyway, and it's not like you're doing anything with it. Or it said it wasn't like when you went from 2 to 3 down, which was you changed from playing to whatever to duck. 3 to 4 was just you keeping it duck. Oh, I thought you've been duck since Shodan. Interesting. So my thing is that it's hard to say, was it Urshin or Ryu that put me over the top, or was it just that I got better at Shogi? But I am mildly concerned that if I don't play Urshin or Ryu, that I'm really going to suffer. If I try to pick something else up, I think I'm going to take a major hit. You were actually Urashino back then. Oh, okay. Then went into limbo for a long time at 2 dan before arriving at duck. Oh, wow. Oh, that's that's a lot of... That's an incredible amount of personal strength, for lack of a better word. You know, to plateau at a high rank and not just say, you know what, I'm good enough, this is good. That's admirable. Instead, you're thinking, what can I do to continue to proceed or to continue to improve? That's admirable. Because, you know, like for me, 2 Dan at this point is like a dream goal. Like, I never would expect, even now, that I could hit that. So, you know, that's... I can't even dream about hitting 3 Dan. So, right now, like, that feels like maybe I'm guessing that if I ever hit that, I might just be so satisfied that I might not improve or do what it takes to improve. Not that I know what it takes to improve. That's the thing, is that, like, I don't know really what I did differently in these past 2 months or 3 months. Like, I just don't know. I didn't really study more than I had been studying before. If anything, I backed off on some of my study in the past month and a half to 2 months. And yeah, you said you found that too many people know Urashino theory and stuff, whereas no one practices against Duck. That is absolutely true. You know, I am believing that. I don't know if it's worse than like Gangi or you know, like Bogeying or something like that. But the idea that Urashino Ryu is a big surprise opening anymore, I'm not sure if I buy that so much. But maybe it still works out. Like, even at my level, you know, it still works out. You know, even at my relatively low level, it still works out a lot. So maybe it's still more of a surprise than others. I don't know. But I know that Urashino Ryu channel, you know, who is 5 Dan right now, playing strictly Urashino Ryu. He's 5 Dan in 3 minutes on Shogi Wars. You know, these guys know what to do against him. They absolutely know. And I think he's getting mildly frustrated as well. Yeah, you think I should keep using it until it stops working for me. That's the plan. That actually is my plan. The Capybara, you say that sometimes you accumulate enough knowledge and things just click. Giving the brain space to work is important. Your international master friend doesn't practice day before the tournament. Instead, he plays games and reads. Yeah. I know Hikaru and Hikaru no Go with Sai, like they played. They let their brain relax a bit, and it works out. Yeah. So I don't know if that was it. Yeah, because it really wasn't. A lot of people will say, you know, I've heard people like in the Go world say, you know, I finally got to Shodan when I stopped caring about the rank. That's when I ranked up. I don't know if people just say that because it sounds sort of wise to say that, but it was not the case with me. I did not stop caring about that rank. If anything, the rank started meaning more. Speaking of Duck, I was playing 3-minute games on mobile over the weekend, and I think I tried a couple games of Duck, but I got. It felt like people were doing stuff that wouldn't even let me make the Duck. It was very strange. What is truck? What is truck? Cyan Cannon, you did, so you hit 1700 Yloigh when you finally stopped caring about Yloigh. Okay, so you used a plugin to hide the person you were playing in their Yloigh, and you just started getting better. Interesting. So maybe this happens for people. It doesn't happen for me. Good to see you, Chess Universe. You say, do you care about getting 2 Dan now, or not that much as Shodan? This is a good question. I'll be honest. The motivation to get 2 Dan is not as high as the motivation to get Shodan. For me, at least at this point. I really wanted to hit that Shodan, and I'm not feeling that same like importance. I still want to get better. Don't get me wrong. I still want to get better because I want to play people. I want to win against the people I play with over the board. I want to go further in tournaments. I want to enjoy the game more by understanding it more. So I definitely want to keep improving. But number-wise, 2 Dan would be great. Like it's still there. It's still there, and it would be a dream to hit 2 Dan. But it's not this sort of huge motivating force that I felt. Like where I felt like if I don't hit Shodan, this is going to be a real disappointment to me. Like, if I'm playing Shogi and 5 years from now, I'm still streaming or something, and I'm still 1Q on Shogi Wars, I think I'd feel pretty bad. So let's look at this truck. And then I want to show the game where I attempted to make duck and felt like I got stuffed. Truck is this. Toraku Gakoi. It's an uncommon static root castle. So it's like Yagura. But you're putting an extra silver up where the gold belongs. No, it's not. It's in the middle. It's closer to the middle. This is weird. That's all. That's it. Who invented this? Oh, it's a direct counter to the rook on the 5th. Oh, interesting. Interesting, because I have a variation coming from Urashino Ryu that is a lot like this, as opposed going against 5th file rook. But the king is the rook switches over to opposing, and the king goes back over here. Similar to this. This is also vaguely reminiscent of like any of the Nakazumais, like the Danako type style, where you've got those 2 silvers and 1 of the golds, along with the king. Nightwalker, you've played so much fourth rook plus Mino that you don't know what else to play. Yeah, I hear you. You could just keep playing it. If you enjoy it, you keep playing it. And there is a book. It's an ebook at least. I don't know if he's publishing it yet. It's available on Amazon, but it's from Seigo Sato, and it's about the 4th file rook. Let me take a look here. Not Seiko. I typed Seiko. Oh no, they changed it. Or did I? Seigo Sato. How to play so it is available in paperback now. How to play 4th file rook. I'll put this in the chat just in case anyone's interested. Yeah, Shogi strategy guide for Q players. Yeah, not too deep, but it seems good. Yeah, where from where it's Zion Cannon? There are a couple places that I've gotten shogi books from in Japan. Amazon.co.jp is a great resource if you can find, if you can read enough Japanese or search for enough Japanese to find the actual book you want. So I don't know, I probably have 10 books that I've bought from Amazon.co.jp that are in Japanese. A lot of my books also are from Nekomato, which is a shop in Japan, but that shop sells to Westerners as well. They have English language material. Oh, you bought it directly from Amazon. So not from Amazon.co.jp. Interesting. Amazon.co.jp has tons of shogi books, but they're all Japanese. So what is this? The Japanese page for Tadaku Gakoi is yeah, this is familiar. Like, this is similar to like the this is similar to like the Urshin Ryu page, where the one in English is a little thin and the one in Japanese is much thicker. You know, it has much more material. Kisedo. Let's take a look at this Kisedo. I think of Kisedo as Go stuff. Yeah. So Kisedo is a they sell Go stuff, right? Do they also sell? Oh, Fairbairn. Yeah. So they have Fairbairn Shogi for Beginners. I wouldn't necessarily recommend this book myself. And just a sneak peek. The podcast that'll be coming out Wednesday is about English language shogi books. Arne von Jensen, good to see you. That's somehow easier to read than your normal font size. Which one? With the Seigo Sato book? Oh, the wiki page. I wonder why that is. Maybe I bumped it. Maybe I bumped the font size. What else do they have? What else do they have for shogi? Oh, they only have shogi books, or this one book. Yeah, I wouldn't quite recommend this. It's okay. It's okay, but it uses chess notation. Ah, Nightwalker. Okay. Oh, there's one shogi book published in your language, but no one is buying it because the guy's sending it to everyone in the community for pre-reading. That's the danger. That's the danger. Which community is this? Where are you, if you don't mind me asking? I'm completely blanking on you. Oh, you're in Poland? Okay. Okay. There was a real nice discussion on the Shogi Harbor Discord about ratings and whatnot. I think you were in that a bit, right? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I have full thoughts on that. I think that'd be an interesting podcast topic, but one thing that surprised me throughout that discussion is that people seem to care so much about ESC. So it's fascinating to me because, to my perspective, to me, the more impressive tournament to win is the WOSC. So I'm surprised that people would say if I can't play in the ESC, I'm not going. Because the ESC is just a single elim tournament. Like, it feels like it's more of a random thing. It's just a single elim. Yeah, like, obviously, winning a tournament is important, but, like, winning a single elim tournament is not quite as impressive as winning a 9-round Swiss or a 10-round Swiss. You know, where you have even more players. Like, I just don't quite understand that prestige. Like, you could say you're the European champion, but, like, it's a single elim tournament, so, like, is that... It's not like... It doesn't have, to me as a spectator, or, you know, just someone looking from afar, it doesn't have the weight that the WOSC has. Hey, Tulip, nice to see you. You say just like closed country tournaments carry more weight than Open Championship. That's funny. That's funny. Yeah, I guess I never just thought of them that way. Like, I think of closed country tournaments as being less sort of statistically important. But yeah, it's a real difficult topic because we just don't have enough players. We, and I'm saying we as in Europe, but like in the US, you know, our tournament, we have no elo. We have no elo. We have no ratings, and maybe it's better that way. Like, honestly, maybe it's better that way. Like, it seems to me like Europe has just enough players such that ratings are starting to make sense, but maybe don't quite make sense because there's just not enough sample size. There aren't enough tournaments. There aren't enough players. So I think it's subject to pockets where, and someone was making this point, this is the point that I always make in these sorts of discussions. I make this point about 81 Dojo as well. But like, you end up trading off elo with other people in your area. So it's like, is it, like, why even have elo? Why even have rating? Why even have rating if it doesn't necessarily mean anything? Kanto, you say, what's the point of playing the tournament? So now we're getting to the crux of the discussion. Really is that. Like, what is the point of playing in tournaments if there's no rating? And that's how I felt. That's how I felt before I played in that first US Shogi Championship. And I think rating is important, and it's a fun metric. Obviously, like, I'm you know, overly addicted to it online. But if the metric is not accurate, it sort of loses its meaning to me. In much the same way that 81 Dojo's rating system to me sort of lost its appeal to me once I saw what it took me to rank up in it. Which is why Shogi Wars became that benchmark for me. But these are tough questions. Like, this is like, these are honest. Like, I am taking your statement about saying, you know, what's your question of what's the point of playing in tournaments if there's no ranking. I am reading that as a serious question, because I have thought the same. And I think at some point, I mean, that's fine. And, you know, I know a lot of chess players are like that too. Like, a lot of chess players, it seems, cannot even take the games seriously if there's no ratings on the line. So like me, I take my games seriously. Like over the board, there's no, like we have no ratings in the US. I take my over the board games seriously, but there are some that I don't take as seriously. Some over the board games that I don't take as seriously. And why is that? I don't have a great answer for it, other than like it's that shame factor, or that like I'm competing with my peers and I want to win because I want. Is it that ego? I don't know. I wish I had an answer, but I'm able to care about these games without a rating. If I play online, like if I played Shogi Wars games online and if it didn't have rating, I would not care about these games as much. And it makes no sense because I'm not good enough that rating matters. Capybara, you say, yeah, I am American. You say, compare regular season to playoffs in American football. Technically, regular season is far better for seeing which team is the best, but everyone cares about the playoffs more. That's fair. That's fair. I would say that's fair, other than the fact that the WOSC is happening at the exact same time as the ESC. And the ESC, in some ways, I would argue, disrupts the legitimacy of the WOSC by giving Europeans an easier route, but that's a different subject. But either way, the same person won. So this year, the Starikovic won the ESC and he won WOSC. Before any of this discussion happened on Shogi Harbor, I assumed that for him, the WOSC was the bigger deal. Because to me, that's a more prestigious tournament. Because he beat all these great players. He beat every great player that was put in front of his face. And, it was 9 rounds of it. Like there's no lucking out of a 9 round Swiss. You can't luckily win that event. Yeah, Cyan Cannon. Exactly. Yeah, a 4-0 in Wisconsin is a 3-7 in Texas, which is a 4-2 in Indiana. Like those things. And we have those pockets on 81 Dojo where like some of the Shogi Harbor members will play each other more than they'll play just random players. And so they may have their own bubble versus some of the Japanese players who may only play Japanese players and they have their own bubble, or they only play in the middle of the night. Like that's a thing on Shogi Wars. There's the people who put together the ShogiExplained website have tweeted and written about this. But it's when I'm streaming is like the hardest time of the day because it's the middle of the night in Japan. So it's harder to rank up there. It's relatively easier to rank up when there's a bigger population. And that also, when I'm playing, I say that I feel like I'm playing better on mobile. I know I play better on mobile. I know it's less stressful just mentally not to have to talk. But so I'm playing there, but I'm also playing during the bigger pool when I think I'm also getting players that may be easier to beat at the same rating level. So, there's all sorts of those bubbles happen. And so, no rating system is perfect. But it seems to me like in Europe, there just may not be enough players. There may not be enough, and the bubbles might be a little too pronounced, unless you're willing to travel. And one of the players, my Urashino, one of my Urashino Ryu heroes now, Buggy D Clown on Shogi Wars, ode on Shogi Harbor, talked about you spending money to travel to events, and that's quite an investment to try to get like rating points. But he's a chess player, so maybe it's just part of that enjoyment is that rating. Transport is saying cash prizes. Yeah, that is a reason for tournaments. Get prizes, cash prizes for Transport. Some people just want the trophy. I think a lot of adults would prefer just having trophy. There's some adults who are just there to get a trophy, hoping to get a trophy. And they don't need the money so much. Like to them, $100 is would be nice, but the memory of a trophy for them is more important. In Poland, you have enough players who play abroad and foreign players who come in from Slovakia, Belarus, Germany that there's healthy flow of Elo. That sounds good. But even then, it's not like. Is that even 25 players though? Is that? I know. So Kanto was one of the big farmers of this event. Kanto farmed a lot of Elo at this event. But when you say foreigners, you meant ranking points of people non-Polish, right? People outside of Poland. Because Poland, it sounds like, just has a lot of good players. Like that's as if you build, it's a weird situation where you have this good community of players and everyone's strong, but then you can't like level up and you're getting sort of penalized Elo wise. If a tournament doesn't offer prizes, then you may as well stay home and play on Wars. I mean, I know this is the transport policy, and I hear you, and I love playing on Wars, and like this weekend, playing just by myself on mobile, those 3-minute games, I had a lot of fun. I definitely did, but I really enjoy chatting with people at the events. I really enjoy. I love the aesthetic of the game and placing pieces. I love that aspect of it. I think also, I think part of my enjoyment of over the board / tournament shogi is that I have this feeling that I'm better over the board and especially at tournaments than I am online. So I think that's a natural thing that makes me like it a little more because I think I'm better at it. You played in the tournaments because you love winning. Yeah, there's no better feeling than dominating people and sowing despair. It brings you great satisfaction and motivates you to be a better player so you can win more, dominate more, and bring more misery. Yes. That's true. One of the games I felt great when I was beating this Tudon over the board, and he was so angry at himself and talking to himself, and I really thought he was going to resign. And he probably should have resigned, but he kept yelling at himself and beating himself over, just really chastising himself. He didn't resign, and then I tried to win the game in like the next 5 moves and through. But anyway, it is a good feeling to know that your opponent is feeling some discomfort there. Many Belarusian players are overrated because they have a lot of players to farm. Yeah. So that's the thing. They can farm a lot of young players. Like they literally have a shogi farm. Like Belarus literally is a shogi farm because they're starting like a proper chess club. Like they're starting it right where they're bringing in kids, they're growing their player base, they're growing their players. It sounds like they have a really great, long established club. And that's how it should be. That's how it should be. Rather than a couple of former, 3 former 2100 FIDE players, chess players pick up shogi and are immediately good, and they're taking the elo from the other players in the country, and then you start balancing stuff off. Trophies are for kids' events. Transport is unflinchingly rigid in this belief. You say all major sporting events offer more than just trophies. That's true. That's true. Although, yeah, that's true. That's true. I think, yeah, there's somewhere in the middle there. I think there's something in the middle. You know, especially when paying a large entry fee, it seems like there should be some money. But, you know, the reality is, in the United States, well, no. I was going to say the reality is that we don't have enough time, like, to have a good weekend tournament. But no, but you can have a good weekend tournament. Yeah. Capybara, you say that you have a big rift. And we being in Poland. Lots of Dons, then few top queues, then more weaker players. Oh, the first queue, you need to be on Shodan level. Yes. Yeah. I think that's somewhat similar to Shogi Wars has that too, where there's a glut of players. You have that elo hell at some point, and it's really tough to get out of it. And I could see that being frustrating for people. So that, you know, that's a downside of rating points being so important to people, is that if you get into a situation where the rating system is problematic, people start getting frustrated and they stop playing. I know that the chess world, at least in the United States, if these chess podcasts I listen to are to be believed, this is a real thing right now, because rating deflation is really bothering people. You know, people who make their rating part of their identity, and who make their rating part of the fun of the game. Like myself in Shogi, you know, in some way. Like, I look at my Shogi Wars rating as the external manifestation of how much work I've put in and how I'm improving. And if that rank is going down, I feel like I'm putting in all this work and I'm losing rating, you know, and I'm getting worse. And I think a lot of these chess players feel that as well, where it's like, okay, I was 1800, you know, 3 years ago. Now all of a sudden I'm losing to 1400s, I'm losing to 1300s. I'm just not going to go to that tournament. I'm not going to go to a tournament anymore because I'm just going to lose rating. Or you could look on, you know, glass half full, that this is creating an opportunity now for adult-only tournaments. And that seems to be a thing that's happening, at least in the US now. You're having these adult-only tournaments where, you know, these underrated kids are not just coming in and stealing everyone's points. So you can play other, you know, fellow old fogies, and you can build your own little elo bubble there and hope that at some point the deflation is going to get fixed, either by some sort of manual effort on the part of the US Chess Federation, or I don't know how you get out of it elsewhere without some rule changes or without some sort of elo shifting. Because, you know, it doesn't make sense that you have kids and young adults and some adults who are, you know, 2000 chess.com and coming into a tournament as 1000 elo. Like, that makes no sense. All you're doing is stealing, you're deflating all the elo from the people, you know, who have been there, and now they're not happy, and now they're not playing. So, like, that's one of the risks, I think, of elo being a guiding factor for being a main reason to play, is that when that system is busted, it makes people mad. It makes people mad. And it sounds almost like the FISA is getting into that state where it's not quite working out. They just don't have enough players, and so now some people might be getting turned off. You know, in the US, we don't have that problem because we have no elo. So maybe we're missing out on the people who would come to these events if elo was a thing, but we're not losing people who would get upset by their elo getting deflated. Tulip, you say you think tournaments and events are worth themselves inherently regardless of prize as long as the cost to go isn't ridiculous. And I think that's a key point. You know, that's a key point that as long as the cost isn't ridiculous, but I think it also matters how many tournaments you have. So if a tournament is a rare thing, like it is in the United States, then the United States Shogi Championship is, for many of us, the only way that we can get together with a lot of these players across the country and share our love of the game. So it's an event as much as it is a tournament. So it doesn't bother us that there isn't money, or it doesn't bother us as much that there isn't money and there isn't Yloigh. But if we had weekend and monthly tournaments, shogi tournaments that we could be going to in the United States relatively easily and cheaply, I think the bar would raise a lot higher for the big events, and events would have to start having Yloigh. They'd have to start having prize money to get people to go to them. You continued and said, you have organized many in-person tournaments with the most trivial prizes for a fighting game, not shogi. And it's really just a completely different and satisfying experience to have. Yeah, I think so. I think so too. Yeah, like fighting games and whatnot. Prizes, it's not often the prize money. And especially, for decades now, until esports became a big thing, prize money wasn't there almost at all for fighting games. And just tournaments and street cred, were enough. And the fun of the events. Like, that's a thing that I hope people don't miss. And I do think that to a certain extent, Kanto Dragon and TransportPKMN are a little tongue-in-cheek. Correct me if I'm wrong. There's a little tongue-in-cheek that you do get enjoyment from these events outside of either winning money or Yloigh. It's a way to the game is fun. Like, the game is a fun game. It's a stressful game, but it's fun. Yeah, the trophy. Nobody tries to win the Super Bowl for an extra 50 grand. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, for pros, but it's a tougher situation because those pros are already making an exorbitant amount of money. The Olympic Games used to offer nothing more than laurel. Yeah, the laurel and the fame to the winner. Trophy and pride in winning are much more important than money. Cash is temporary, glory is eternal. I think that's true to a large extent. Though many of those people were also fighting for their amateur careers, or the Wheaties, or their endorsements, or their financial support. So I think the Olympics has always had some aspect of there is financial reward to winning, but yeah, there's nothing more terrifying than seeing 7-year-old in front of you at a chess tournament. Well, at a shogi tournament, my first round at the US Shogi Championship was I think he was between 8 and 10 years old. But I had a lot of experience against an 8-year-old shogi player, so I knew what to expect. I was ready. I was ready, and I won the game. And I was very proud of myself that I was able to be calm. But I know how those kids play, and it's funny. It's aggressive. They play fast. They leave it all out there. If you're not dominating, you want to witness greatness. Oh, interesting. That's a different topic now, Capybara. That's a different topic. I think I'm with you on that. I'm a big believer in witnessing greatness. And I'm a big believer in the dynastic teams and clubs that are great, that are much better over everyone else. I'm not a huge fan of leagues of parity. I love seeing greatness. Cyan, you say, you played shogi at that chess club. The main reason a lot of them don't get started is the characters on the pieces. Yeah, you say, seriously, don't want to bring this up again, but on polls on the chess subreddit, it's always the biggest factor. You understand respecting the culture in the game. The pieces were more recognizable. That would help out a lot. I accept that argument. I still disagree with it. I think a lot of people use that as an excuse. But the thing is, I don't see a great solution because I don't think those internationalized pieces are very good. That's the real thing, is that I don't think those are very good. They're okay for beginners. but I don't think they're very good. Like, beginners, in my experience, still have to ask how the silver moves. They still get confused. They still, when I'm showing people on those Shogi.cz pieces, they still flip them as if there's going to be an explanation of how the piece moves. Even with those lines, they still struggle. And so, in my experience, they're helpful and they're nice, like at events. But I don't think they make a meaningful difference. Like if someone is either going to stay or they're going to go. And yeah, so that really is about it. I think also if you do play with the internationalized pieces, then you sort of lose out on some of the fun of playing with nice pieces. Because there really aren't many nice sets of these internationalized pieces where they feel good to snap and all that stuff. So the good players, or the regular players, lose out, and the beginners really don't get that much. So I don't know. I could come around to a different idea, but like I really believe that if people are shown this game and they're shown the game in an interesting way, I think they will learn the pieces, because it does not take long to learn these pieces. It really doesn't. And just like, chess pieces have to be learned. I think the only difference there is that a lot of people learn the chess pieces when they're kids. So they didn't have to suffer through trying to learn the pieces. But I don't know. I'm open to being wrong, but I think it's a red herring. I think the whole piece discussion is a red herring. Ninworld, you say it's like learning chess pieces. It takes a while because there's no way to make a piece look like the movement. Yeah, exactly. There's just no way to do it. Those arrows are a start, but there's just no way to. And in chess, they don't even try. In chess, they don't even try to teach it with pieces with movement. They just like, this is how a knight moves. This is how a bishop moves. And it is, it is what it is. And then Transport says, there's no glory to be made in non-JP Shogi tournament. Transport is one of my favorite people. I don't even know if Transport is completely serious half the time. I think so, but I also don't know for sure. But I respect the commitment to the argument. The last Shogi, U.S. Shogi Championship, the winner was from Canada, but it's a Japanese, person, and the winner before that was Korean, but speaks Japanese and lived in Japan. I think he's partially Japanese. The 3 years ago, he's not Japanese, so that was a big win. Yeah, a wild take. No, it's that Fairbairn guy. Wait, please tell me, are you Fairbairn? Is Fairbairn still alive? Does anyone know who he is? Because he's a historic figure in Western Shogi. And, he's done a lot. He's translated a lot. Kanto Dragon says, nobody plays with the check pieces in Europe. Fascinating. This is data I did not have. I assumed that more people in Europe played with them, because we use them pretty often in the West with beginners. I've got 2 or 3 sets of them. Some other people have some, and they definitely get use. But you say they're pretty much only used on events to show the game to people who will never ever play it again. Yes, and that is my experience. Is that you try to get people in with these pieces at events. They give it the try because they're at the event. They're trying to learn. They're trying to play. The piece helps a little bit, but not all that much. And then you never see them again. You never see them again. But the people that you do see again, it's like, oh, I learned how the pieces move, or I went to Shogi Wars and I played some games and I'm terrible, but I know the pieces. And that's my experience, is that it doesn't seem like these pieces attract players that we end up retaining. I don't have that much experience in this though, so your mileage may vary. So it's interesting to see Kanto Dragon say this. The pieces aren't the problem. This is what I'm saying. So it's nice to see some people agree with me. People will find other excuses not to play. The game is just too hard. And I think that's a fair thing, that's a fair thing to say. And I don't think this is a hot take, but I think it's a fair thing to say that Shogi is too hard of a game, full stop. That because of its difficulty, it's simply never going to have, regardless of the pieces, it's never going to have as much of an appeal. Not that chess is an easy game by any means, but I would say chess does not have that same sort of, for someone who plays both, and I'm better in shogi than I am in chess, it seems to me that I don't want to make this like chess versus shogi, because I love them both, and I think they're both great games, and I have argued that chess is a better game. I don't know if I feel that way, but like they're both great games. So in my mind, they're both equally great games. So the difficulty doesn't have like backgammon to me is a great game. It's easier than shogi, but that doesn't mean I don't like it anymore. But regardless, I think an argument can be made that shogi is too hard. It's too abstract in certain ways. The game gets too chaotic. It rewards chaos too much, to get as the same sort of appeal that chess has. Like, I think the fact that chess, people can make plans, and you can plan to simplify. Whether or not that plan is any good, it gives someone a plan. It lets someone try to simplify the game and play it. And so I think that has a bigger, I think that will always be more appealing to people than a game like Shogi or a game like Go. So I really do think that the pieces are just an excuse. And I mean that in the nicest possible way. Like not like I'm mad at these people for making excuses. Dulip is disagreeing with TransportPKMN, saying that it's a different type of glory. Not everything has to be worldwide. It's the same glory as being the best at a game in your state or school or whatever. Yeah, and that's an interesting topic, because someone on another chess podcast that I was listening to, I'm full of these chess podcasts. I listen to a lot of podcasts. This person had recently moved. I don't remember where he said he moved to, like New Mexico. And he's coming back into chess. And one of his goals is, I want to make the state championship. And I haven't heard someone say that like since high school about state championships. But yeah, that's kind of cool. That is kind of cool. Like, chess has a big enough community and enough players such that, sure, you're not going to be a grandmaster. Sure, you're not going to be a national master. But maybe I can compete for my state. Maybe I can compete for my state tournament. Maybe I can compete for my club tournament. Like, these are all nice they're milestones, and they're little carrots that you can put at the end of the stick to make your game a little bit more fun. The games are I believe that these games are fun enough on their own, of their own volition, but these other things help make it more fun. Having events and milestones and ranks, it makes it more fun in a different way. It's a different kind of fun, a complementary fun. Ninworld, do you think that the difficulty is not to learn the movement of the pieces, but the special rules, like Nifu? Yeah, I agree with that. Nifu is, and I think Nifu is a bad rule. I really think it's a bad rule. It's a bad rule that it's an instant loss. It's not a bad rule. I think it's a great rule. It's the penalty is not commensurate with the crime. So I think that's it. I think impasse is a terrible rule. I am still steaming over that loss. I don't even remember when it was. It feels like a long time ago, but maybe it was recently. I'm still steaming over that impasse loss that I had, where the opponent was just wasting my time. And eventually I got so bored just pushing my pieces, I wasn't paying attention. I was just trying to end the game. And I hung my horse. The samurai are very strict, yes. So there's that. Yeah, people fight for their country in Olympics. That makes a big deal. Yeah, people play for their country. People play for their city. And it means, like, I think a valid question is, why does this mean anything to people? You know, why? I don't have an answer for why this matters to me, and most people don't seem to have a great answer. Like, why do you care if your country wins the World Cup? Why do you care? Because you do. It's there's really no rhyme or reason to it. You do because you do, and it's the tradition, and it's those kinds of things that give flavor. It's those kind of things that give flavor to events and flavor to life, and so it's just part of how people are raised. A wild techno. So you play, yeah, you play at Shogi in Seattle. The Shogi guys are really cool, and they're 1 to 2 Dan players. Yeah. I was talking about this club earlier. There's ShogiExplained. There is Intelligent. I don't know who is better these days. I think they're both, in that 1 to 2 Dan range. They're both good. I know that there's another player. I think he's also in Seattle. I think he's at least a 2 Dan. He was a 2 Dan 2 years ago, a year and a half ago. And I assume, he's at least at that level now. I think he goes to the Seattle club, at least occasionally. Yeah, so, and now we're talking about Zion Cannon possibly moving there. But I'm not aware if there are lower level players. Not that that's a problem. I've said before, like at the Shogi club that I go to every Sunday, I didn't win a game for months. And I still had, an absolute blast playing. It was some of the most fun type gaming that I've ever had, and I lost every single game for months. It's NSC, nice to see you. What do I think about Taimei Shogi pieces? I don't know what Taimei Shogi pieces are. Would I be down to do a quick review? A little bit later, maybe after this discussion. Sure, definitely. Yeah, Vexel Cafe, you learn the Shogi pieces in a couple hours. Doesn't really take that long. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I say that. I try to say that as gently as I can, because I don't want to be judging. Like, I don't want to make it sound like, by saying that it takes a couple hours only to learn the pieces, and if someone else took like a day, I don't want it to be this implicit judgment that like, oh, they must be an idiot because it took them a day or 2 days. I don't want to make any sort of intelligence insinuations. So I try to find a good way to basically say it, and I don't have a great way to say it. But it's like, if the game is interesting to you and is presented in an interesting way, I am convinced that you will not have trouble learning the pieces. You just won't. There aren't that many pieces, and the pieces don't move in all that complicated a way. Like, say what you will about all the rules of Shogi and the difficulties and the drops and stuff like that, but essentially, like, the knight only moves forward, the lance only moves forward. These are pretty basic movements, and the penalty to forgetting how the pieces move is not severe. It's like you're playing as a beginner, you're playing someone, you're like, oh, I just forgot how the silver moved. The person tells you, and then you play on, and then you remember. Like, it's not that big a deal. It really isn't in practice. I've been played with enough beginners who have come to the various clubs that I attend, and people talk about the pieces being a problem. It just isn't. The pieces, they just don't end up as a problem. And yeah, I think the on-ramp does help a little bit with those Shogi.cz pieces. But but that's just the very basic on-ramp, like the first hour or so. Because I think this is one of the things about learning, and I think this is probably relatively uniform for humans in general, but like when you learn something, you want to use that. So in some way, it's actually kind of satisfying to learn these pieces. You learn the pieces, and then you play with the pieces. It's like, yeah, you know, it's this mildly satisfying thing of, I learned this. You know, I learned this. You get that endorphin. That you get that rush of, I'm using something that I learned. You know, that checkbox in your brain. I learned how to do this. Just like, you know, when you see a mate pattern and it happens in a game, it's like, oh yeah, I learned this. You know, I'm not wasting my time. So I think I think the pieces are overblown. Tulip, you say you think the biggest issue with getting used to anything that doesn't have kanji is also just incredibly impractical because you lose access to 99% of all shogi resources. Yeah, and you say it's like if all chess content was written in old style notation, but 100 times worse. Yes, totally. It's like there's a practical matter here at hand, which is that most of the literature that we have in the world on shogi is Japanese, and most of the learning resources we have are coming from Japanese books, like even just puzzle books. It's relatively straightforward, but you have to be able to read notation. You have to read the book, and the reality is that's not going to change. It's just not going to change. That's all there. And even the English language shogi books that I'll be reviewing this week on the podcast, it's in English, but you know, the pieces are still the kanji. So if you could wave a magic wand and say, all right, everything is gone, we're starting from scratch, and we're going to make this game that's going to be appealing to everyone in the world. Yeah, maybe you could do better. Maybe you could do better. Like maybe you would pick these figurines like chess has. Maybe. But it's just not reality. So trading really. Oh wait, I missed a lot. I'm. There's so much good discussion. I'm sorry that I'm so far back. How many people come to join regularly? Even just making it a little more accessible. That's the thing is, I really don't think it makes it much more accessible. It does make it a little bit more, but the people that stay and the people that go, it doesn't seem to matter about that. The pieces. It's more matters why they're why they're picking up shogi. You know, in the West, we have a perfectly great game, and it's called chess. And so there's something else that is driving someone to play shogi. And a lot of times it'll be because of cultural things, or it will be because, you know, they heard that the game is kind of crazy tactical, and they'll be willing to sit through that. And Nightwalker saying, but we got all this conversation about chess is easier and harder than shogi is the same, saying the sun is green. It's not yellow. Shogi is superior. I don't know about that. I don't know about superior. Congratulations on the rank up. It's more complex. I don't know if that makes it superior. You know, that's a thing. It's more complex, but superior is a judgment. Complexity and number of permutations, like that's an objective measure, but better and preferable, more enjoyable, you know, that's a subjective measure, and that's up for each person. And, you know, I know people, you know, there are players who are great at both games. Some of them like chess more, some of them like shogi more. Kanto responds to Sign Cannon saying, from events that use those boards, you have pretty much none of how many people you get. Yeah, the only people that do come and stay for more than one meeting are people that already know the game, or people that wanted to use normal pieces from the start. Yeah, so they came from an anime maybe, or they came from watching, like I say, like Till I'm Blue in the Face at our local club. Every week, without fail, probably at least once a week, someone asks, what game is that? And we haven't converted many people into it, but there is one person who I believe was converted from that, like a regular now. One of our regulars, she had asked, like at the time, like, what is that? And now she's there. And there was no difficulty really with getting the pieces. And once they learn those pieces, they want to play with the kanji. So I don't think it's that big a deal. I don't think that's the thing that's holding people from playing the game. I think the things that hold people from playing, hold back people from playing more shogi, is that chess is already a great game, and shogi sometimes is too hard, and shogi just doesn't have that many materials for it. Like, this is honestly, for me, as someone who is streaming this game, and so, you know, I shogi is a big part of my everyday life, a huge part of my everyday life, and it has been for a while now. You know, there are times in the past year where it's like, you know what? Why am I doing this? Did I just play chess? I could read any book I want. I could go to the store and get interesting books. I could talk to people on the street about chess. I can, you know, yada da da da. You know, there's so many cultural and sort of pragmatic reasons to want to play a game that is not shogi, that you have to want to play shogi to want to play it. And like, so it immediately is kind of self-limiting in a way, especially, you know, in the West. So I think those are the reasons. And that's why, you know, if we had more shogi books, if we had more shogi videos, if we had more shogi content, that's, you know, where I hoped to come in. If we had more people showing how fun of a game it is that, like, then maybe someone will say, you know what, this isn't a dead game. Like, just like, you know, fighting games. After a few years after release or whatever, there will be this idea that a game is a dead game. You know, the worst thing you can be in a fighting game, in the fighting game genre, the worst thing you can be is a dead game. And so it's understandable that people don't want to invest time and money and effort into playing a dead game where they'll only be playing a handful of people for the rest of their life. And so, you know, that is a concern in shogi, you know, but you know, more of us show how great this game is, show people that there are others out there that are trying to learn this game. My hope is that more people will be willing to make that initial investment. I don't think it's the pieces, I think it's all this other stuff. Ninroll, you say it's very frustrating that there's not much material. Yeah, you had many difficulties to learn systems like Haimaitachi because no one wrote detailed material to it in English. Yeah, I mean, so many opening things is... So many... Discord Fighter. I saw an alert because somehow... oh, you used the word scene. So I got a pop-up, and I see Tulip's message about that. Discord Fighter. Dead game, Discord Fighter. Yeah, these are the things you do not want to hear about a game. Where to get an opponent, you can't matchmake anymore. You have to literally go to Discord and ask people, do you want to play? So anyway, like I think those are the things we're going against, and that like honestly, like that is a large part of why I started streaming and why I'm trying to do this podcast. It's, or you know, not this, like why I'm trying to do the podcast is because I'm hoping, even if I'm super lame and I'm, you know, even if I'm boring and I'm not great at the game and I'm lame, at least there's something out there. At least there's something out there that someone can see, and maybe also someone who's better than I am at all of these things, better at speaking, more interesting, better at the game, will be like, I can, you know, I appreciate what he's doing. I can do it better. Let me try to do better. And then, you know, maybe we'll get there and just slowly keep building the ball. Ninworld is on fire. Well, everything Ninworld is saying is correct, at least as far as the stuff I'm saying. And we need something like chess base for Shogi. This is what I have wanted the Lee Shogi guys to focus on. This is, it's very frustrating, even though that Lee Shogi doesn't have the hugest dictionary or database of games. They could have made an opening explorer. They could have this game history, and it would grow. And without that, I am not aware of anything. There's Shogi DB2, but it's brutal to use for a Westerner, and it doesn't work all that great, and it's ridden with bad design patterns, and it's just not great. I don't know if the Japanese have software that is like chess base. I don't think so, because I think Shogi Ramen TV would have mentioned that. Shogi Ramen TV tried to make something sort of like that let him view his own Kifus. But, part of the problem was that the JSA has been locking down those pro Kifus so hard that you can't make a database like that. I think the pros have access to something like that. My understanding from something Carolina has said is that pros have access to something like that, but it's still relatively antiquated. I don't know. But these are things that, coming from the chess world, you come to Shogi and you're like, what am I, in 1980 in terms of software? What am I? These websites that I'm playing on, these gaming sites, this is the best they have to offer? What am I, back in the 90s? And maybe they go back, or I want to study this opening. How can I get a Chessable course for it? Sorry, we don't have anything. Shogi Craft by I Dream of Shogi is the closest we have. He's working on it. And it sounded like he was having trouble getting people interested in making courses. It sucks, because he's trying to make these things better, and some people just don't care enough to make it go. Kanto Dragon saying people just don't have enough patience to lose 100 times in a row and still look like almost no progress is made. Yeah, and I don't have a great reason why I was able to do that. Like I said at the club, I just lost for months and months, and every week for months I lost every single game, but I was having a blast. I think because I enjoyed the conversation, I enjoyed playing the moves. It was a nice coffee shop with great coffee, and I think those are the things around the club, finding that little community. I think is sometimes enough to get people to stay, a friendly community. I think a lot of people, and I noticed this especially from the bigger Shogi club, the Silicon Valley Shogi club, I think a lot of people that came there, honestly, were looking more to make personal connections than they were looking to play Shogi. So I don't know why I have this I don't know why I have this up right now, so I'm going to change my webpage here. I think that's a big thing, is having something about the game. It's got to be fun, and the club has got to have nice people, and it's maybe going to have good coffee, but yeah, and then people will stay. The same thing with chess. Some people, if they go to play chess and there aren't enough people they're only going against real strong players, they're probably not going to come to that club. They'll find another club. But that's the nice thing about chess, is that there are enough players that you can find people at your level. Like Shogi, it's hard enough to find a club, but then it's even harder to find a club that isn't just Dan-level players. And then you think, all right, well, I can't find any local people, let me play online. And it's a bunch of sandbaggers, and it's people who are way better than beginners at the very lowest level. So it's a real tough game to get into. In many ways, it's like one of those mid-level fighting games that has been around a long time, still has players, still has a big enough community that it's never going to go away. But everyone playing it is good. It's like I was going to say Street Fighter 4, but that community is very small now. But the people that are playing some of these older games, they're very good. Smash Brothers Melee. The people that are playing this are very good because they've been playing it for a long time. It's not going to go away, but it's very hard to get into it. For gaijin players, well, I don't agree with the kanji, but if you take the kanji away, the JP players won't play, because they have their game. Like, they have the game. But I'm not completely convinced that the game has to be completely niche. I'm not completely convinced, because it's a great game. The pieces aren't easy enough to learn, and I don't know. Maybe I'm talking myself out of it, but I think it's a good enough game that the pieces will not be a problem, and might even somehow be some sort of cool incentive. You know, Japanese aesthetic still has some cachet, so maybe that will be a plus. Maybe we'll turn that weakness into a positive. Oh, interesting. So in Poland, you have closed events that you have to sign up for, organized by the JP Embassy. There's a presentation, example game. They're limited to like 30 people. 30 people is a lot of people. 30 people. I mean, our entire U.S. Shogi Championship just had 40. You know, a little over 40. You only use JP pieces on that, and those have better turnout than open events with international pieces and hundreds of people showing the game. Yeah, that's not surprising to me. That's not surprising to me. I got a weird scroll. I got a weird scroll here, so it's what skipped. I'm not. Yeah, Mahjong has some kanji, but it also does have drawings. Drawings. You don't have to read the kanji. It's got a lot of weird terminology and a lot of weird hands. I think it's harder to learn Mahjong than it is to learn Shogi, to be honest. Oh, Cyan, now I remember that conversation. Where, yeah, you hadn't learned the pieces that you left because, yeah, Hirohiko said give up and try Tiddlywinks. I don't think it was Hirohiko. I think that was Melkor. But maybe I'm misremembering. But yeah, the thing is, if you went to a club, I guarantee you would learn these pieces. I guarantee you would learn them quickly. Question, is there a similar discourse in Mahjong? Okay, yeah. So I think Mahjong has a much bigger barrier to entry. Just learning all those hands, to learn Riichi Mahjong especially. Yeah, American Mahjong though has something else. Has like a scorecard but it's easier. The pieces are easier to understand than at a glance than Shogi. Yeah, the Manzu suite has, the Manzu suite has Japanese numbers on it, but often they'll have the not Roman numerals, the Arabic numbers. Yeah. Sadly, Shogi doesn't have pictures. I think it would be nice if it, like, again, if we started over, I think statues are really nice. But, you can't really have the statues easily because of the piece movement and the exchange of pieces. So that's a problem. But, so you kind of need that point. And, it's part of the aesthetic. Snapping a piece is really good. But, like, if we had birds, would that really make it better? Like birds and bumblebees and elephants and horses, would that really make it better? Like maybe it would feel somehow more welcoming than just being Japanese or Chinese. You know, as most people see that, they think it's either Chinese or Japanese. And maybe that holds people off just because it's like, well, why would I play a Chinese game? Or why would I play a Japanese game? I don't know. Yeah, snapping pieces is great. Now that I'm Shodan, I could get to 2,000 on Lichess if I wanted to. You think so? I was really making progress in chess when I stopped. You know, like I said, over the board, I was regularly beating 1,300 level players, occasionally drawing 17 and 1900s. I had some good wins in over the board in chess. And my understanding is Lichess, those are USCF ratings. My understanding is Lichess is extremely inflated. So 2,000 Lichess is like what, 15 or 1,600 USCF, if that. Tulip, you say Shogi is so interesting because it's a dead Discord fighter style game, except with the most insanely active Japanese local scene. It's not a Discord fighter game. It's not a Discord fighter game. It's not a dead game. It's not a dead game. I'm not dedicating myself to a dead game. I'm not dedicating myself to a Discord fighter. So stop it. Stop it. Stop it. It's not. The Shogi is open source. You are a programmer. You can code. Yeah, that's fair. That's the open source credo. Yeah, anytime there's something. Yeah, I mean nowadays I guess I could. Yeah. But that's the thing is, it all goes back to the community size, like an investment, and how much of yourself. Talking about books, we've had this conversation. If people aren't going to come out, and there are very few if there are very few players, and very few of those players are willing to pay any money, why would someone write another book? Why would someone spend 1,000 hours or hundreds of hours writing a book that they'll only get 5 sales in, if that? I sort of go back and forth with that topic on Lee Shogi. It's like why would I put in all this work if it won't be used? If it won't be used, if it won't be appreciated, and selfishly, the reason would be the reason. I think the proper reason would be that I'm going to make use of it myself, and that's the thing. I think for streaming, I've sometimes asked myself, why am I still doing this? On the days when there are like some of these days, like there are like 3 or 4 viewers, and I'll be done with the stream, and I'll be thinking, is it winding down? Are people done with seeing my stupid face? Are they done watching me? Should I just stop? I'm not getting better. Like these are what when I'm in that plateau at 1Q especially, and I was just sitting there like, I'm not getting better. If anything, I'm getting worse. The viewers are going down. Have I helped at all to get any people interested in this game? Like, is any of this anything? So I have those feelings enough as it is. So it's like the same thing. Like, do I want to put all this time into this software? Do I want to like the podcast was a big decision. It took me a long time to finally decide to do it. And talking with other people who've created English language content, like it's the same decision. It's like I make a video, I put all this effort into it, and I get a few likes, and that's it. I'm repeating what other people have said, and so eventually they stop doing it, and I'm just not willing to give up yet on the shogi world. I think it is growing. I see it growing around in the Bay Area. I think if we just get the right, we hit the right lightning in a bottle or whatever it is, and I think it's going to be good. I think it will work. I think we can get to be a bigger community full of more players, which will allow us to have more tournaments, which will allow us to have more material, which will allow those of us who like to learn more from these books. And I think it still is possible. I'm not willing to give up. Yeah, tell Frogman to get to work. Yeah, at least Shogi isn't going to fix itself. Oh no, so that's the thing. First of all, I'm never going to pass Frogman's rank. He's a better player. He's just outright better than I am. I'm trying really hard, but he is Shodan at every level. I am Shodan on 10 minute. I am 2Q on 3 minute, and I am still 1Q. I'm still a low 1Q. I lost all that rating on Friday after that impasse game that threw me on tilt. Like, I lost a bunch of rating on Friday, so I'm still low on 1Q. So, he's a better player. You wish people played Shogi at locals at your country like Tekken. Yeah, I wish too. I like Tekken, by the way. I'm not so sure. I liked Tekken 7. I liked Tekken 5, 6, and 7. I didn't like 8. Just for some reason did nothing for me. Let's see. Boy, Code Ducky, great to see you. Just to put your 2 cents in, that we need a better platform to play online. Well, yeah. I don't know if you were here when I was mentioning about how antiquated and bad our online sites are, especially if someone's coming from the chess world. But you think differently to how you felt starting chess. Shogi doesn't care about the openings so much at a beginner to intermediate level, and there's a lot being explored at the top level. So I think that's a plus and a minus. So again, putting that hat on of making the argument that maybe Shogi is too difficult of a game, just in general, to get mass appeal. I think the openings, you're absolutely true that they don't matter as much in Shogi. I think they don't matter in chess either for a lot. But regardless, they don't matter in Shogi. But one of the things, I think one of the sort of subtle side effects of people in the chess world thinking that they need to study openings is that it gives someone like a task. It gives a new player a task or a motivation. All right, well, I'm gonna get this book about openings. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm starting out. I'm gonna learn. I'm gonna pick an opening. I'm gonna learn an opening. I'm gonna do this. So at least I won't get blown out of the beginning or what. Regardless of whether or not that logic is correct, and it's probably not correct, it gives someone a starting point. Shogi in many ways does not. Shogi is almost like, in my opinion, like a sheer face of granite, where as a beginner you just don't know what to do. I think. Making a castle, you learn to make a castle, you'll still get blown out of the water. You learn to you pick a static rook or a ranging rook opening, you still get blown out. You just get blown out. And these things happen in chess, but like in chess you can get a book and feel like you're making progress. In Shogi, you're just like, I just have to lose a lot of games. And I just have to be willing to lose a lot of games. So I think that's one of the downsides of it, is that openings I think are overestimated in chess. But even ignoring that, I think their existence and the belief that chess players need openings, I think is a real nice jumping off point. And so it's like, you could say, in Shogi, just learn fourth file rook, and you'll be fine for a while. You could definitely say that, or you could say, learn fourth file rook, learn bogeying, all these things. You could, but where are you going to buy a book about that? Where are you going to learn to play fourth file rook? Where are you going to learn to play bogeying? Seigo Sato, as I mentioned earlier on the stream, just created that fourth file book, and that's great. It's great, and he's working on the static. That I think he's working on either a bogeying or a double wing. He's working on some sort of static rook opening, and that's great. His books, they don't look like the quality of a chess book, and they're not the quality of a chess book, but they're something. And so I'm hopeful that is okay. Joseki at a glance, I don't know if I agree with that. This week's podcast, you'll hear a little bit about me talking about Joseki at a glance. Not much though. It sort of covers, but not really. It's problems. It's not a lot of prose. It's not a lot of descriptions. And the book begins with double wing attack, and it's like in problem form. Okay, make the first move. How would I know how to make the first move? You tell me. I bought this book. You tell me what the first move is. So you got to guess at a move. You turn the page. You see, the first move is the pawn push. The first move is pawn 2-6, and it's like, okay, now what is the opponent going to do? Or the opponent did this. Now what are you going to do? It's like you're learning by this weird approach where they're not really describing the opening to you. They're not describing how you handle an opening. They're not describing what you think about it in the opening. They're just giving you problems. And I know when I got that book, I was a Nakabisha player, and I went through the Central Rook section, and it was bad. I didn't say on the podcast that it's bad. I was a little nicer, but it's just like a few worthless problems. It didn't really add anything. It didn't add much to my understanding of Nakabisha, or how I should be playing Nakabisha, or what I should be thinking about in the opening. And Seigo Sato's books do go into that. They're very light. There's no Jeremy Silman here. There's no even Habu's words it's as far as it's not like simple chess or logical chess move by move. There's no great introduction to just get you feeling like at least you have some knowledge. Our beginner books are just not that like Shogi for Beginners or The Art of Shogi. Art of Shogi is great, but it's not like a great chess beginner book that can really give someone a feeling that they're making progress, right or wrong, true or not. Some of these books, they give people the feeling that they're making some progress, or that they have at least a roadmap for trying to learn a game, because that's a lot of the fun of these games, is learning self-improvement. In Shogi, really, the way to improve is you just get beat. You just get beat a lot. You just get beat a lot. At least in the West. In Japan, maybe they have more of that stuff. Contra Dragon can say, personally, you would hate Shogi to get a good opening explorer. Last thing this game needs is forcing the majority of players to learn the openings so they don't lose immediately on the average level. I disagree strongly on this. I disagree, because I don't think that there is no forcing. This is a big part of what turned you off at chess. Every random Joe suddenly knows 5 to 15 moves of his opening. You need to spend a lot of the time to not lose immediately. That's just not my experience in chess. It's just not my experience in chess. People know moves, but they mess up all the time. And being able to see oh, what are people doing here? Oh, this is so. Rather than looking at an engine, it's what are people doing? And I think that's incredibly useful and fun. And it really leads me to think more about the game. Okay, what are 2,000 level players playing here? Oh, okay, so they're doing this. They're not necessarily going with this top engine line. They're going with this because of that. And I think the more strong educational materials you have, I think the more people will get involved. So I do like that sort of feeling of magic like the Go World had back in the day, where nobody really knew what was right, so people were free to do stuff. And, you know, if I hear now people complaining about the post-AI era, it's that everyone's playing like AI or trying to play like AI. But I don't know. In the end, I think broadening the education expands the growth of the game. It makes people better. And in the end, like, I want to be better, even if it means other people are also better. I want to be better. I don't want to just. I'd rather be a Shodan who's better at the game than like a 3-Dan who has that ranking, just because no one who is actually worse. You know, if my choice is to be a Shodan or a 3-Dan, and there are a lot of great players in the 1-Dan world, and there's, you know, a limited pool in the 3-Dan world, I'd rather just be the Shodan, where there's a lot of players, there's a lot of things to learn, you know, and I'm a better player. For me, Koshiro, great to see you. Great to see you. Sorry if I don't have a time for when these timestamps on these. So if you've been waiting here or if you're already gone, I apologize. I'm so slow to get to all this. Oh, and I just scrolled weirdly again. You only got to start to understand the opening after getting 5-Dan at 81 Dojo. Yeah. And so it's like, how do people, like, you don't need to learn the openings. I think it'd be fun to learn the openings, and I think it would keep, you know, certain people, I think it would motivate. You don't have to, but you do need to learn in some other way, and that other way, I think, is just going to be getting crushed. And a lot of people just won't put up with that, you know, especially if they don't have a nice club to go to. Like, I could put up with losing every single week, multiple games a week for months, because I really enjoyed going to that club. But, you know, if they weren't nice people there and it wasn't good coffee, I probably would have stopped going. Tyler 1 has shown us that even in chess, the opening doesn't really matter at low levels. Yeah, and I think that's what a lot of people on these chess podcasts I listen to, you know, they talk about how the opening really does not matter as much as people say it does. And I believe that, at least in my limited experience, and I hear enough people saying it that I believe them. And, you know, chess is not easy enough such that you can just remember 5 to 10 moves and it'll be fine. It's still very complicated. Oh, you were watching a video of top-level Tiddlywinks? There's a US championship every year, similar to the ones for Shogi and Sumo. Do they have more players playing? Is the Tiddlywinks community in the United States bigger or smaller than the Shogi community? I'm almost afraid to get the answer to that question. You have to. Birds would be better. You'd have to drop the pieces using your bird. Well, gosh, the scrolling here is so rough. It's. Oh, Zenesi, thank you for the congrats. Thank you. I appreciate it. 10 minutes is all that matters. Well, 10 minutes is all that matters to transport. Yeah. But that said, I think the others are the other time controls, I think, are in some ways better gauges of Shogi, or at least some sort of, like, it's no coincidence that Todovsky is Shodan in all three, that he's good enough to be in all three. He's good enough to be that level in all three. And I think that makes him necessarily a better player than I am. Almost necessarily. Because, like, there's something missing in my ability to see things quickly. There's something missing in my ability to, like, 10-second game, you know, come up with safe moves. Where you know, the stronger players, they can find move when they don't have a plan. They can come up with a plan and they can find reasonable moves. I have a lot of difficulty in those 10-second games. Once my attack is petered out, or once, you know, the game becomes slow, I'm struggling, especially in 10 seconds, to find reasonable moves. So eventually I'll just kind of implode by making a fast move that I'm trying to attack and turns out to sort of be just hope shogi. So I think that's a real skill level. Oh yeah, and yeah, Ornalt is a great example there. Yeah, you hit the rank in you hit 3 Dan in 3 minutes, and then populated back the other ones, which is like, oh my gosh, I can't even. Like these are for a Western shogi player, 3 Dan and now 4 Dan in 3-minute games. Like, you are in the upper echelon of everything. I would love if you came to a U.S. Shogi Championship. I would love it. Gosh, it'd be I mean, not only to meet friends, but like, oh, and Todovsky is here. Todovsky is here. Good to see you. We're talking. Yeah, you came up with Transport. Transport brought you up, and I'm going to say that and I'm even with you here, I'm going to say that you're just better than I am at, like, pretty much. It feels like every facet of the game, except that I have these opening tricks, and that's a major bummer for me, and something I'm trying to work on is that, like, so often if I lose the opening, or if I don't get my big attack out of the opening, I simply lose. And so I'm in large part any of my ranking is just a factor of opening. My end game is improving, but as we saw today against the 2 Dan, I missed the mate. I would have had a win against a 2 Dan, but I missed the mate in 7. I think it was a mate in 7. Actually, no, it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, it was a mate in 9. It was a mate in 9. But it was an obvious mate after the 5. Gosh, the Twitch scrolling is being real annoying. The podcasts are on YouTube. The podcasts are available on YouTube. There's a playlist on the Shogi Dad account on YouTube, and there are 3 episodes now. There will be a 4th this Wednesday. Give it a shot. Give it a shot. I did have an RSS feed. I did have one for a podcast reader, but the place that I was trying to host on, they kind of hid the fact that they limited the number of hours of the podcast. So I'm already close to that. So I don't know what I'm going to do. At some point, I'm going to figure out a way to try to get the podcast up somewhere other than YouTube. But that costs money. That costs money, and I'm the Shogi world right now for me is very much a losing venture, and I don't know how much I want to pay for the podcast, especially if I don't know that people will care about it. So I kind of like the idea now. I'm maybe rationalizing that I'm funneling through one place, which is YouTube. It's not a traditional podcast app viewer, unfortunately, but I'm still, that's what I can do. And it gives me a sense at least of how many people are listening to it. The AI era is low-key more dope. I've heard that. I've heard a lot of people say that the AI era is actually better. And I'd be interested in playing Go with one of those physical Go boards, those AI Go boards. Yeah, pre-opening Explorer, you had to buy books to learn chess openings. Yeah. And there's so much other stuff you can glean out of that opening Explorer. Like the idea of gleaning ideas and traps and like, oh, this is not played very often, but the people that play it have a very high win rate. Like, if we could do Urshino Ryu, I mean, even just of my own games, I've played a couple thousand Urshino Ryu games. I would love to have an opening Explorer of my games. I'd love that. I think you sort of can do that on Play Shogi, but I don't know what the process would be to upload all of my Kifus. But people aren't better, like I said. They make mistakes all the time. They make them later. They play without understanding to get you into their chat. That's true. That's fair. But I think a lot of people don't actually know their openings as well as they think they do. So even people that studied, like I know for myself, I I was booked up in Scandinavian and King's Indian attack, and to a lesser extent King's Indian defense. But all the time I was falling even before 5 moves. And maybe that's just because I'm old and I can't remember well. But you know, I studied openings a lot because I enjoyed it. But you know, I tended to do all right even when I stumbled because you know, I was trying to learn the meanings of the openings. Yeah, there are things. Well, you think Coach thinks there are things more important than opening even in chess. I think most things are more important than the opening in chess. I really do think that, and it seems to be what much stronger players, at least on these podcasts, say. But like, you know, if you enjoy, all I'm saying about studying the openings is that like it gives a person a place to hang their hat. It's like, okay, I'm going to learn this opening, or I'm going to have fun learning these openings, or it gives, I'm going to watch a video. You know, not everything has to get somebody another level. Like, just the enjoyment of studying is a benefit in itself. And I think, you know, in the shogi world, we're missing that. We don't have that satisfaction of being able to study, of being able to like read 7 different takes on how to get better at chess. You know, there's any possible theory on chess improvement or on a way to play chess. You'll have a bazillion books, all with different theories. Sometimes sometimes agreeing, sometimes disagreeing with each other. But that's nice. Like that to me anyway, as someone who likes to study or who likes to learn, who likes to read about these things or think about these things, I think that's something that we're sorely missing in the shogi world. All I do are tsume. You know, pretty much. All I do are tsume, all I do are hishi. I don't enjoy hishi as much as I do tsume, as I've said before, but like, you know, there's just not much to study. And, you know, I'm learning the openings just by sort of rote, by watching stronger players. You know, I'm middle game, I'm sort of learning by rote, just by like, I did this, it worked, maybe I'll try to be able to remember that next time, but, you know, it's tough. It's very difficult. It's very difficult. You know, I want to be able to, to at least tell myself, you know, I'm going to get this book and I'm going to try to study real hard and maybe it'll make me better. Versus like shogi, it's like, well, I'm going to do these tsume, which isn't as enjoyable for me as like reading or studying, but I'm going to do these and I'm going to hope that it makes me better. I'm going to play and analyze. Meanwhile, you know, my analytical skills are absolute garbage. You know, when I'm analyzing my games afterwards, you know, I am garbage. The engine in shogi is even more inscrutable than the engine in chess, and it's tough. Yeah, there are tons of guides, but they're all in Japanese. Yeah, exactly. So, you know, as someone in the West, it's rough. It's rough, and I understand why people might not take it. Wait. No way. Did you say Shogi Dad is better at positional and attacking shogi? No. I disagree. I disagree. Strongly disagree. I think Todosky was better at that stuff than I am now months ago when I was watching those YouTube videos, the YouTube uploads. I remember always being amazed at like, man, you know, how does he see these? But anyway, you know, sometimes you downplay yourself. I don't know. All right, we're getting to the end of we're finally to the end of the comments. Good to see you, Harlu. It's easier to improve in chess than shogi. I think it's totally easier to improve in chess than shogi. And that's also a factor. I think that's a factor. That's not necessarily the main factor, because for someone to know that, they sort of have to play enough shogi to know that, which means we've got them in our clutches. You know, the question is sort of, how do we keep people? How do we get players and then retain them? But I guess in terms of retaining, yeah, it's like you come to Shogi, you go to the club, you get crushed, you ask for help. The things that people say don't really make sense, or they're kind of inscrutable, or they're vague. Like today. Today I was trying to help show what to do against Bogeen as a fourth file rook player. With it in mind that I'm not a fourth file rook player. And it turned out that the Kipu that Dim gave me was, or was it Nightwalker? It was Dim. No, it was Nightwalker. I'm so sorry. I don't remember whose Kipu that was, but it was actually Urashina Ryu. So it's the opening that I know, and I'm still somewhat. I'm giving wishy-washy. I sort of, I understand the moves, and I see the moves that the fourth file rook player would do to sort of balance off against, to hold the Urashino Ryu player at bay. So I see the moves, but I'm struggling to explain to the person why those moves are good. And I noticed as I was doing it, one of the things I did was, and it's a major pet peeve of mine, is that I said, you do this because, and then I showed a tactic. And it's like, that's not really helpful. I don't find it helpful when someone explains why you do a move or why you should consider a move because of this tactic that will arise coming out of that move. Because if you could see that tactic, you would know to make this move, but you can't see the tactic. You're just looking to make a move in an innocuous position. It's like, what are you trying to do? What thoughts are you having? And so as a teacher here, I'm struggling just to give a good response. And this is a position that I know about as well as I know any positions, because I would in fact be the other person on the board. I know what they're going through, or I know what they're going for. Anyway, it's real tough. But in the chess world, if you go to the club and you lose and someone explains something to you and it doesn't help, you can go buy a book. You can go buy Logical Chess move by move. You can do all these things. You can get a coach. There are plenty of beginners who get coaches as well. Whether or not that's a waste of money for someone beginning to get a coach, you can do that. We don't really have coaches in the shogi world because there's not enough money for someone to be a full-time coach. There are people that will coach. There are people that will help, but a lot of times it'll just be kind of on a best effort basis. Like on the Discord, you get some good answers, you get contradictory answers. The more people that enter the conversation, the more convoluted it becomes. You can get people's help, but you're probably not going to get a dedicated coach that you can pay money to that's going to help you every week. You're probably not. The Shogi Ladder is fantastic. We talked about it. The Shogi Ladder is one of the things that started the discussion. That you get to sort of learn from someone above you, and you get to teach someone below you. And in that way, build your knowledge base. But even then, I don't generally find it's a rare post-game review. It's a rare PGA that I take part in that I feel is all that useful. Extremely rarely. Maybe that's a fault of my own. Maybe it's a fault of the people that I play with. I don't think so. I think I'll take it as a fault of my own. But very rarely do I get much out of a PGA. But it's probably a limitation in me. But these are what we have. But meanwhile, the chess world has unlimited content. It has. Can I mention a good opening chess book? I think John Bartholomew's Scandinavian, his 3D8 Scandinavian book is Queen 3. I think it's 3 Queen D8 on Chessable is fantastic. I think it's awesome. I think I don't use Jobava London, but I think the Jobava London by Ginger GM is awesome. I think the what's the other chess? Let me bring up my Chessable list here. The John Bartholomew Scandinavian. He has a new one that's the Queen A5 variation that he just released, I think, and it's I assume it's amazing, but I don't have it because I'm not playing chess anymore. I think Camille, this lifetime repertoire of no, not that one. I can't. It's not making it easy for me to find the ones that I have open, that I own. Not making it easy at all. Their app, but like that John Bartholomew Scandinavian is fantastic, and I think that Jobava London by Ginger GM is also fantastic. MCO 15. Yeah, I don't know about MCO 15. That's just the big book of every opening. But like Chessable, the thing like ShogiCraft, the thing that I Dream of Shogi is working on, I think that's revolutionary. And it takes good books and it makes them even easier to learn. Chessable is like I'm still a pro member of Chessable. I still do like I mentioned on the podcast a couple weeks ago. I have a huge streak on Chessable. I've studied on Chessable every day for 1,748 days. I'm a sucker for these kind of streaks, but like I still do this. Oh, you want to understand what makes an opening book good or easy to learn? Well, for me, what makes it good and easy to learn? Well, first, one of the things that makes it good, I think, is that it focuses on the variations that you will most often see at various levels, and I think that's where things like the Opening Explorer come into play so importantly. Like that Opening Explorer on Lichess, I know a lot of people that are writing books about openings, they use the Opening Explorer so that they get a sense of what are the popular lines. Like obviously, what the best line is from the engine, the best line from the engine, but the engine won't tell you what people actually play. And so these books, they'll often have like a quick start section, which has these books / Chessable courses will have a quick start section that is showing the most popular variations, and it will let you learn them. I think what makes it easy also is that when the author is explaining the various variations or moves, they do it in a way that gives you the ideas for what you're looking for. The opening is a set of moves, but it's also it's also a set of ideas for how you are going to be playing the middle game. So the opening is to get you into the middle game, and so the good authors, I believe, give that foundation of here's what you're looking for. Here's why this pawn structure that you're creating will be valuable. Here's the idea behind this kind of move or that kind of move. So I think that's, for me, those are the main keys. If the writing is clear, it gives you the ideas in English of what you're trying to do with the opening or what you're trying to do with that variation. It's great, but then it also will focus on the variations that make the most sense. And sure, later on in the book or in the course, you can dig into the weeds and go through all these other variations that you could possibly go through. But having a strong focus on these are the main lines that you will see if you're playing. If you're and based on millions of games on Lichess, for example. And so that's it. That's for me what makes it great. The other thing is that not all games have good insights from PGA. Yes, sometimes you just sweep the opponent, there's not much to be gleaned, or you blunder big and that's that. Yeah, a lot of my games lately have been that. is that like some of the games I've tried, some of my wins that I've been trying to review, fortunately, it's like my opponent just did not put up a good fight. My opponent just basically gave me situations, and I wouldn't have ranked up otherwise, so I'm grateful for them. But like, they gave me situations where I almost could not make a wrong move in many ways. Like sometimes, and I try not to do this. The more I see it when it happens against me, the more I try not to do it when I am defending. But there are times when your opponent defends in such a way that your winning moves are almost forced. It's like, all right, they're gonna drop a silver to hit my dragon. Okay. Now that means I only have one move. I have to take here, which is gonna lead to this, which is gonna lead to that, and it's like, it's tough. It's Shogi is tough. Shogi is very tough, obviously. But reviewing that, it's like, okay, well, the opponent could have dropped a piece here. And now you're playing the speculative game. Now you're playing the PGA game. And this is not a pet peeve of mine, but this is what a lot of these PGAs devolve into, in my opinion. It's like, okay, you could have done this. And now the opponent is making like all sorts of speculative moves on what would have happened. It's like, we played this game with 15 minutes main time and 60-second Byoyomi, but here in this variation, they're just making, one move per second, not even, and saying like, oh yeah, this would have been good. It's like, well, would it have been good? I don't know. It's like, we spent like 1 second per move just blitzing out this variation. Would it have been good? Maybe. I don't know. And is the reason that it would have been good because the other one was, we know that the move that was made in the game was bad. That doesn't mean that a move that is different from the game's move is good. Just because the game's move was bad doesn't mean that a different move is good. And I think a lot of PGAs devolve into that, and it becomes difficult. It becomes difficult to glean anything out of, in my experience. On Inworld, you talked about Anish Giri's courses are very instructive. I've heard great things about his. Most of the time, the free preview on the ChessBase India channel is enough. Interesting. Yeah, some of those free previews are very good, and a few courses I have bought like on Chessable from a short and sweet like preview, and then after that I bought the course only if only to sort of support the author. And then it turned out I didn't use the course all that much, but like I still played the opening and it's a valuable resource. Some of these courses are a valuable resource after you play a game in your analysis to go back and like, okay, what should I have done here? And then you look at that book and then it gives you some text of like, you want to do this and that and the other. And all of a sudden it's almost like a guided PGA in some ways. Is that like, here's where I messed up the variation. What should I have done? And then, so rather than just asking the engine or speculating on what you should have done, you can go to that section in the book and see that discussion of it. Yeah, in your opinion, the best PGA is, here is another idea I had, and how might you have responded? And then you see the board is like afterward. Yeah, I agree with that. Though, I do think that those also sort of devolve into speculative moves after, because I know when someone, like if I win and the opponent is like, well, what if I would have done this? I'm like, I'm kind of like, I don't know. My mind is off. My mind is not off. And again, this is probably a me problem, but my mind is not as focused in PGA. There's, like I said, when we were talking earlier about ratings and when you focus, what brings out the most focus in your brain. When I'm playing the game, that's when I'm at my max focus, and that's where I'm seeing things. So the idea that when I come into PGA, I'm almost, the game has left, my brain has kind of relaxed a bit, and I can speculate on what I would have done, and it becomes potentially a good discussion. But a lot of times, I'm coming out of the PGA feeling bad about myself because it's like I won this game. I feel great about myself, or I don't feel great about myself. I feel great that how I played. I feel like I played a good game, and then the opponent brought up a move, and I don't see the answer to it immediately in PGA. So now I feel like I didn't deserve that win, and now it's like, oh boy. And so it's like somehow sort of trying to justify the win by like PGA, and I don't quite enjoy that as much. But I'm a weirdo. I'm totally a weirdo. It's tough. It's tough because like you say, your PGA level is so much lower versus when you're playing. Yeah, I feel like I drop off dramatically. Like not even like almost probably like measurably. And then I feel like an imposter because I just won. And, my opponent must be like, I just lost to this idiot. My opponent is thinking that. And so I'm feeling bad. Oh, well, those two. Yeah. So I didn't explicitly say that, but I that is a minor pet peeve of mine in PGA. When my opponent who just lost the game sort of wants to relitigate the game on the board in the PGA, and it's like, okay, kind of as a way to prove that they won, or that they would have won. It's just like, okay, yeah, I see. I think usually I'll be like, oh yeah, I think you probably should have won there, and then I'll move on. But regardless if I see it, but it's like, how can I possibly, I had 40 seconds, or I had 60 seconds, or I had 30 seconds per move of Yoyomi, to make these moves and to make my best move. How can I possibly in PGA come up with something better almost? But it's tough. It's tough. Tulip. So anytime PGA comes up, my mind, the name that pops in there is Tulip. And so I'm glad that you're still here. You say you feel you're the best in PGA until it's been several hours. There are some people who spend hours in PGA, and more power to them. More power to them. Yeah, and that's it. To me, it's an admirable sort of behavior because it really shows a love of the game. It shows a love of the game and a respect for the game, and I love that. I love that in other people. Like I love that in Tulip. And it's so good. Meanwhile, I'm just out there trying to grab that win so hard during the regular game that like I'm trying to grab that win and never let it go. And then once we're reviewing the game after, I'm spent. Win or loss, I'm spent. And it's like I almost don't care at certain point. And that's probably something that holds me back in some of those PGAs. I mean, maybe it holds back my development. I'm trying. The win is so important to me often. As much as I say I don't mind losing, again, especially over the board. Like I said before, I lost for months without getting a win. So I'm used to losing. And to this day at the club, I win fewer than 15 to 20% of my games. At the club, over the board, the club I go to on Sundays, I lose, I win fewer than 15 to 20% of my games. And every week I'm looking more forward to the next week. So I'm happy with that approach. But like somehow online with these analysis, it's like I really want to win. Even over the board, I really, 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 really want to win. It's very rare. It does happen sometimes where it's like, I don't want to win. For some reason, I become a weenie, and it's like, I don't want to win this game. This game has been such a good game. I don't mind if my opponent wins it. I don't want him to feel bad. And then meanwhile, he goes and beats me anyway. You think Western PGA is kind of different from how it's done in JP. They see it as a way to improve, not to prove who is better. Yeah, well, I think in the West, I think it depends on the player. I think plenty of people do PGA to learn and to improve. I think there are some people that want to sort of have a little bit of sour grapes after a loss and want to prove that you know, they saw the moves and something else, you know, there's some excuse. But like, I think people, you know, people generally, I think people generally in the West want to improve, which is why they do the PGAs. I mean, myself, I only do the PGAs out of obligation, really. You know, like on 81 Dojo. It's part of the reason why I don't like to play on 81 Dojo as much. Because I don't like to review as much on 81 Dojo, especially if I'm streaming. Because then I'm typing into the PGA, and I'm talking to the, you know, I'm trying to talk to the people in the channel, and I'm trying to type to my opponent. So it's a little tougher. But yeah, it's tough. It's tough. But yeah, there are some people also, not necessarily to prove who's better. There's a third PGA style of someone who's trying to prove that their ideas worked. So they want to prove that their idea worked. And, you know, maybe if I just would have done this order, or maybe, you know, this or that or the other. But it's tough. It's tough. It's a tough thing. It's a very tough thing. PGA was also common in chess tournaments until the engines came into the picture. Now it's just a way to be friendly to the opponent. Yeah. And I sort of like how chess tournaments, they don't seem to have the PGA done at the board. Like in Shogi, like in the US anyway. You know, our Shogi tournaments, you know, these are important tournaments. And then there's people next door. You know, they're two players, two boards are going. One finishes and they start their PGA. Meanwhile, there's this other board, you know, the most important game of their life is still playing, and so they have to hear the discussion. I heard Jacqueline, you say you heard a Go player describe this as airing your grievances. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Yes, yes. I swore this would have worked, and then they go back further. Yes, yes. Airing your grievances. That's good. I call it, you know, I said it earlier, I call it relitigating. You know, they're relitigating the game. But I like airing your grievances. It's like Festivus. Post-game analysis should be renamed Festivus. It's where you do your feats of strength and you air your grievances. Oh, man. Tulip, you're saying you don't think you need a PGA in a standard 81 Dojo game. It even says so that you should make readings but don't need to stay. Yeah, but some people feel a little obligated, myself included. You know, I want to be a good. I want, you know, as a shogi player in a friendly, relatively small community, I want to be a good team player. And so, you know, I know that a lot of people enjoy the PGA. So, you know, I'll do my best to try to give my opponent what they want, and that's, you know, the PGA. Especially if I have won. You know, I'm sheepish in that, but it's like I feel like I could at least appease their hurt feelings from the loss by agreeing that they had me and that their move would have beaten me. I like that. I like that. It gives me a bit of an out. Oh, by the way, if Koshiro, if you're still there, congratulations on the win this weekend. Brazil A has won their round. I'm not sure if Takashima-san has played his game. I think he did already. I think he already won. Oh, he has not. He has not. I thought he did. Maybe not. But anyway, it's 2-0 in that game. In that one. I watched Turtwig's game. Foradun was also watching at the same time. This is, yeah, he was glad to see him win. It was a hard-fought game. Oh my gosh, I don't know who this is. This Hungarian player is, but he was making some fierce attacks, and Turtwig is just too good, too solid. The problem with the PGA is most of them are doing it wrong and not starting it from the beginning or jumping back and forth on random positions. Oh, yeah, that's interesting. starting the start from the beginning or do the whole thing. Oh, you just defended in this round until he lost steam. Interesting. I wish I could do that. I wish I could do that. Eventually, I will collapse. Eventually, I will collapse. Yeah, I think over the board sometimes it depends who I'm with. When I'm doing the over the board thing and we start from the beginning or starting from the end, it depends on who I'm with. And yeah, I do like starting from the beginning quite often. But you're in for a potentially very long review if you do it that way. And often, I just want to play another game. You know, like at the club, the time is limited, especially at the Tuesday club, which I haven't been to in a while. But you know, sometimes it's like I'd rather take the time to play more games. Yeah. My throat is getting very sore. I haven't had water in a couple hours. So I think I'm going to be closing it up here pretty soon. It's also a birthday in our household, so we'll be going out relatively shortly to pick someone up and then go to a we're going to go to a Filipino restaurant tonight. We haven't had Filipino food in a while. Jacqueline, you say you think it's fine to just quickly look at a position or two, or even just mention where you think things went wrong and then move on? Yeah, I think on our Sunday games, I think we mostly do that, where we pick a spot or two, either in the middle game or, you know, even in the opening, middle game or the end, and we'll do that. We'll do a little bit limited. Usually we have one or two spots that are of particular interest, especially since, you know, we know each other's game pretty well, and often we're playing the same moves for a while. So, you know, where we differ, you know, where one of us decides to differ on that day usually is pretty interesting, and we talk about that. But you know, if we spent you know, an hour doing a review, then you know, that's an hour that we wouldn't be able to play, and it's potentially an hour that the third member of the club isn't able to play. So, you know, in over-the-board clubs, sometimes you have to deal with that when you have odd numbers of players. And sometimes I just want, you know, I love playing. You know, it is a problem with me, I think, because I like playing. And so, like this weekend, when I played the 3-minute games, I really wasn't reviewing many of them. You know, I'm embarrassed to admit I was not reviewing a lot of those games. I was just enjoying making moves, enjoying trying to find tactics, enjoying trying to win some of these games. I got dirty flagged in this one that was just shameless. It was shameless. Oh, but I did discover one of the most satisfying ways to win in Shogi Wars on a 3-minute game. I was playing an opponent. He was very solid. We went into a slow game, and he started shuffling pieces, and he had about a 30-second time advantage on me. So I had let's say I had a minute left, and he had a minute and a half or minute and 45. And all of a sudden you could tell he started shuffling, and he started trying to dirty flag me. And I made some speculative attack and started pushing. I started pushing pawns, just like I see YKT. It still amazes me how YKT pushes pawns. I started pushing pawns. I started making attacks. I started making threats. I started dropping knights. All of a sudden, I've got this huge attack brewing, and he's desperately trying to dirty flag me. And long story short, I got the mate with 1 second, and I felt great. I felt so good. When you know your opponent from, you know, with over a minute on my clock left, you know, in the middle game, basically, that your opponent is going for that dirty flag, to be able to find an attack against someone just trying to play solidly and to break through and then get that win. Oh my gosh, it felt so good. So that's what happened. You say Shogi Wars is like an arcade game. It's Shogi. Shogi is Shogi. I see no difference. I see no difference between Shogi Wars and Shogi. To me, it's all beautiful Shogi. So a win on Shogi Wars is a win in Shogi. I love it. I love it. And I still want to believe that it is helping me improve. You say you don't know how many Shogi Wars games are worth doing PGA on. They're good dogs. They're all good dogs. They're all good dogs, Bronze. They're good. They're all good games. All Shogi Wars games are good, and all good games no. All Shogi Wars games are good, except for impasse games. I'm still mad. I am still mad. It's funny. I wonder how long it's going to take me to get over that impasse game. I am so mad still. When I think about it, I think my blood pressure gets up. I'm mad at my opponent, which I am almost never mad at. I'm mad at my opponent. I'm mad at Shogi for having such a dumb rule, and I'm mad at Shogi Wars for implementing such a dumb rule and not doing the try rule or some other. Just make something up. Make it a draw. I don't care. Both kings go to the back rank. It's a draw. I don't care. Impasse is no. Now I'm going. Now I'm mad. I'm gonna lose my voice even more. Impasse is it's so bad. It is the dumbest rule that exists in any game that I have ever played. And I won't even fight because I won't even acknowledge that anyone has a different. I will not even acknowledge that anyone can possibly disagree with me on this. So there's no reason to fight because even if you tell me that you like it, en passant is fine. En passant is good. It makes sense. It's good. It's reasonable. It doesn't change the game. Pawn drop. Killer Ducky. See, the beauty of this position that I'm holding, the beauty of this is that I know they're not going to switch to the try rule. So you never are going to be right. You're never going to be right. I will always have this ground. I will always have this hill to die on and to fight on. I think the pawn drop checkmate is a reasonable rule to disallow the pawn drop checkmate. I think that's a reasonable rule. It doesn't break the game. Yeah. I thought I would get called out, but you saw. It's true. It's true. That's why it's funny. I'm gonna edit this part out of the video. I'm gonna edit so on the live video later on. I'm just gonna hope that no one gets to the 4 hour and 20 minute mark, and I'm just gonna even so though I'm just gonna edit out. You're just gonna see like the black box over Killer Ducky, and then you'll have like I'll just dub in some discussion about something. I'll dub in some discussion about the Uchi Fuzume. It's good. It's good. I think it's a good rule. But impasse changes the game. It changes the game from Shogi to a stupid game that I never want to play. It changes the game from Shogi, which is a beautiful game, and makes it into a dumb, unfun waste of time that almost nobody knows the rules for. So it's like two chickens running around with their heads cut off, hoping that the other person does something stupid or gets bored enough that they do something stupid. And it's like, yeah, it was me. I probably had 45 points of impasse, unlosable position, and this opponent of mine just wouldn't give up, and just kept being just a jerk, and And yeah, I got bored, so I started making my moves in 1 second just to end the stupid game. It's like I'm wasting, all that time that I wasted on that thing. I could have been playing another game of shogi. Anyway, you play Mahjong, which is full of the weird edge cases. Well, the weird edge cases, yeah. I would call Impasse more than a weird edge case. I just saw a message pop up. Oh, it's unfun because I'm bad. No, you're bad. No, you're bad. Got him. And on that note, I am going to get the last word. So I saw a message. My son needs to be picked up, and like I said, it's a birthday here today, so we're going to go out to dinner. So now I have to end the stream. So I'm going to end on a high note, on the moral high ground of correctness and moral superiority and yes, and that's it. So thanks everybody. This was a really fun stream. I only played 3 games. I think I only played 3 games. Was it 3 or 4 games? It was 3 games. I can't read this. I'm an old man. Yeah. So 3 games, 2 wins. I won against a Shodan, so I'm feeling a little less impostery, so I'm feeling good. So anyway, thank you everybody. It was fun. I will see you all soon. Take care. Enjoy your shogi. Enjoy the rest of the day. And oh, sorry, Koshiro. You have to watch back the stream, the actual 15 minutes of game content. So thanks everybody. See, it could have been 3-0. I had that win against the Tudon, the mate that I messed up. But anyway, it was still good. Take care. Bye. Thanks again.